30 years into the future. On the other hand, I admit there's also some challenge with the notion that if something goes really wrong 27 years later, that there's no relief really, at least not against the injector because they got released under this bill, and not against the state of Wyoming either. But my question is, why should the state be liable? Why should we? Why should the taxpayers have to pay for something that goes wrong with a facility like that? So that's the amendment for you to think about, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. First time, Vice Chair Duncan on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and encourage an aye vote. This basically affirms the sovereign liability. It's the same thing as getting a plug and abandon order from our Oil and Gas Commission. So go ahead, vote aye.
Further discussion? Further discussion on the amendment? Further discussion on the amendment? We waited 3 hours and nobody wants to discuss it. Further discussion? Seeing none, members, we're voting on third reading amendment number 2, Senate File 47. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. We have a second amendment. Representative Gray.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the amendment.
Amendment number 1 is withdrawn. Senate File 47, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Connolly.
Aye.
Crago. Aye. Duncan, Eklund, Ayer, Flitner, Fortner, Gray. Greer excused. Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn excused. Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washut, Western, Worf, Williams, Wilson,
Aye.
Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer, Mr. Speaker. Blackburn, excused. Worf, excused. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Provenza, aye to no. LeBeau, aye to no. Further changes? Flitner, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 43 aye, 13 no, 4 excused.
Senate File 47, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, Senate File 47 has passed the House. We have a privilege. Representative Henderson, Vice Chair Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, it's always a good day to be in Wyoming, and I hope I get through this okay. But up here in the gallery, please welcome my wife, Linda, and our son, Sean. Thanks for coming in. I love you.
It is a good day to be in Wyoming. Representative Hallinan, did you have something? You're at the, okay, all right. So members, you should have some concurrences coming around. a list of concurrences. So what do you want to? Yep. What is the list? All right, so members, we have some concurrences. There should be a list coming around. It'll be, and if our chairmen are ready, I'm gonna lean on our chairman to make sure they're ready. It was Chairman Flitner and Chairman Eklund. Says 254 and 257. Messages from the Senate. So those two chairmen, if they'll let us know if they're ready for those messages or not, we're going to read them in and then we'll be able to take up concurrence. Messages from the Senate.
Message 250. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 18, County Road Maintenance Fund Amendments, ayes 27, noes 3. Message 251. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 9, Revenue Bonds for Agriculture Endeavors, ayes 17, noes 13. Message 252. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 49, Repeal of Specified State Boards and Commissions, ayes 30. Message 253. Mr. Speaker, Senate File 40, Criminal Record Dissemination Military Department. The Senate failed to concur on House amendments to the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Noes 30. Message 254. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 72, Hunting License Application Funds. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 29, noes 1. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 255. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 89, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Revisions Enforcement. Ayes 23, noes 7. Message 256. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 136, Underground Water Contested Case Hearings. Ayes 30. Message 257. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 137, State Land Exchanges, Public Notice. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 27, noes 3. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 259. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with a like Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to Senate File 40. The Senate conferees are Senator Landon, Chairman, Senator Anderson, Senator McCowan. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
All right, with that order of business, taking up a request to concur with Senate amendments. First one will be Message 254, Chairman Flitner, on House Bill 72. Chairman Flitner.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move message number 254 to House Bill 72, and I ask for your concurrence. This was a standing committee amendment from your committee number 6 on the other side of the building, and they basically just took out the specific dollar amounts that we had included on this side and just basically allow that the department that oversees our game and fish would determine what dollar amount could be donated. And specifically, they took out the language, Sorry, I'm just trying to get my ducks in a row here. They took out in specified and then deleted the of $20 and 50 and the remainder of the line on line 16 to the engrossed version of the bill and deleted the word amounts. And so basically just leaving it open so that the department can determine it. And per the bill sponsor, he's fine with that. And if you have some further questions, he can probably elaborate as he was in committee. But I would ask for your aye vote.
Members, any discussion on message 254, House Bill 72? Any discussion? So members, we are voting on a motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 72. A majority of the electeds is required. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly.
Aye.
Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer excused. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn excused. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Worf. Williams. Wilson.
Aye.
Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 47 aye, 11 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 72. The next message is 257. Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, I move message 257 and would ask permission to turn the explanation of the Senate amendment to the bill sponsor from the beautiful land east of the Bighorns.
You must be talking about Campbell County. Oh, Representative Western.
Mr. Chairman, something like that. It's a okay compromise, vote aye. It's a fair middle ground. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Representative Larson Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd encourage an aye vote on this. I think it's a good compromise.
Thank you. Any other members? First time on message 257, House Bill 137. Representative Washit, running to the front.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to get a sense of how these land exchanges work and at what point the director makes this determination and how much lead time does that give to the public? The whole purpose of this bill was to provide more transparency and more awareness on the part of the public that these land exchanges are being considered. And if we wait until the director makes his determination, how far down the road are we in the process when that determination takes place?
Any other member first time? Any other member first time on the concurrence? First time, second time. Second time, Representative Western, bring it home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's just a moment. I overlooked Chairman Wilson. Chairman Wilson, my apologies.
Thank you,
Screen is
Mr.
right in
Speaker.
front.
Sorry, it's hard to get attention from Zoom land out here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. that wasn't a very thorough explanation, I have to say. So the amendment, if I'm looking at it correctly here, on page 2, and I apologize for turning my face away, I've got the screen up over here. So that paragraph I on the bottom of page 2 would then read, the notice shall be posted upon determination of the director to proceed with the proposed land exchange and after the board receives the land exchange application. So I guess I don't fully understand, and maybe it's just because I, just pulled the bill up and the amendment, but it looks like we're removing any kind of time requirement. If that could just be fleshed out a little bit for me it seems like it could go on for months, or people might not actually find out. I just need to have that read in a little bit more and explained. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other member, first time, we'll go to, so you actually, well, we'll let you go first time because you just introduced it and turned it over. So
Yeah,
Chairman
so-
Eklund, we'll let you go, and then we'll have Representative. So first time, Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think I've ever done this, but I'll just say a first for a second in case I need to back up our young colleague that's going to explain.
Mr. Chairman, if you want to go for a second time, you might as well go now. No one else is coming to the mic. Any other person? All right. Representative Western, please.
Mr. Chairman, apparently my explanation conveyed my lack of enthusiasm for it, but given the times that we're in, and legislation is about compromise, to answer the good chairwoman's question, the way it works is when an application is submitted, as it is right now, that goes to the director of OSLI, or to what's called Category 1. It then stays, or it sits in Category 1 status for about a year. When they submit the application, it hasn't gone through any sort of vetting process, doesn't meet the criteria that they need for the approval of these exchanges, and Category 1 is when they start going through that initial vetting process. For it to be moved from Category 1 to Category 2, that means that that application has met the initial criteria that OSLI has for these land exchanges. So that process is about a year. The good chairwoman was correct in how she read that amendment, in that what it means is that for it to advance from Category 1 to 2, that upon the director's decision that it shall advance, that's what that means. It's going from Category 1 to 2. I tried to work with some of our colleagues at the other end of the hall to specifically insert Category 2 language into the amendment, which they were not amenable on, which that's a different discussion. So that's what this means. Do I like it? Not really. Is it better than what the process is now? It is. So that's the full explanation. Thank you.
All right, members, we are voting on Message 257, House Bill 137, on Senate amendments to House Bill 137, excuse me. Majority of the elected members is required. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly.
Aye.
Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Ayer. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer excused. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn excused. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Worf, Williams, Wilson,
No.
Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote, are there any changes? Roscoe, aye to no. Knapp, aye to no. LeBeau, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Ottman, aye to no. Sweeney, aye to no. Zawanitzer, aye to no. Further changes? Washit, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 36 aye, 22 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 137. I'd never seen that pattern before either. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Chairman Burkhart.
House will come to order. The next bill, first bill for our consideration is Senate File 76. Reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 76, sponsored by Senator Case. Financial exploitation of vulnerable adults, an act relating to banks. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred Senate File 76 engrossed, financial exploitation of vulnerable adults, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Connolly, Flitner, Hallinan, LeBeau, Ottman, Romero Martinez. Noes, Representatives Stivar, Worf, and Wilson. Representative Wilson, Chairman.
Chairman Harshman, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Harshman? Labor? Okay. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. I have to get used to the electronics. Chairman Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 76 do pass. And I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment, which I will dispense with before turning it over. This bill has to do with, let's just say there's some involvement of banking, and the Standing Committee amendment is pretty simple, even without going into the weeds of the bill. On page 8, we had, there's a component allowing the bank to place a hold on a transaction. The original bill said that the hold would expire 10 business days after the hold was placed. The committee amendment, as you'll see, deletes expires and says shall not exceed. So the hold could be fewer days. It wouldn't have to be up to the 10. So if there are no questions, I would ask for an aye vote on the Standing Committee amendment.
Any questions on the Standing Committee amendment? Question being called. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment carries. Chairman, do you, oh, never mind, it's a committee of the whole amendment, okay? So Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate File Number 76 and recommend your positive consideration. This bill is a Financial Exploitation of Vulnerable Adults Act. It's an act relating to banks, banking, and finance, requiring financial institutions to report financial exploitation of vulnerable adults as specified. Suspected financial exploitation to third parties is also allowed. Allowing temporary holds on transactions providing immunity. Those are the two most important items of this bill. Requiring a disclosure of financial records, providing definitions, requiring rulemaking, and providing for effective dates. Then if you go to page 2, you'll see they have definitions there. The number one definition is the department. It means the Department of Family Services. Financial exploitation means the wrongful or unauthorized taking, withholding, appropriation, or use of the money, assets, or other property of the vulnerable adult. Vulnerable adults are defined as those persons greater than 18, unable to manage or take care of himself or his money, assets, property, without the assistance as a result of advanced age or physical or mental disability. Then on page 3 or page 4, it lists the reporting financial exploitation of vulnerable adults. What does that amount to? If an employee of a financial institution has cause to believe that financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult has occurred, is occurring, or has been attempted, the employee shall notify the financial institution of the suspected financial exploitation. Down below that, it says the financial institution shall assess the suspected financial exploitation and submit a report to the department. The financial institution shall submit the report required by this subsection not later than the earlier of 5 business days after the date the financial institution is notified of the suspected financial exploitation under Section A of this bill. The financial institution shall submit a report to the Department of Suspected Financial Exploitation of a Vulnerable Adult under subsection B of this section, and is required to make an additional report of suspected abuse, neglect, or exploitation under WS 35-20-103. Then on page 6, the financial institution to report the suspected financial exploitation to other appropriate agencies and entities, in addition to the department, including the Wyoming Attorney General, the Federal Trade Commission, or any appropriate law enforcement agency. Below that, it says the financial institution may, at the time the financial institution submits the report, also notify a third party reasonably associated with the vulnerable adult of the suspected financial exploitation, unless the financial institution suspects the third party of financial exploitation of the vulnerable adult. Then the next item is 13-10-404, temporary hold on transactions. This is probably one of the most important parts of the bill. It says that it may place a hold on any transaction that involves an account of a vulnerable adult or that contains the vulnerable adult's assets or property if the financial institution submits a report of suspected financial exploitation of the vulnerable adult to the department under this article. Then on page 8, it says that they shall place a hold on any transaction involving an account of a vulnerable adult if the hold is requested by the department or a law enforcement agency. And it says that they may extend a hold placed on any transaction under subsection A of this section for a period not to exceed 30 business days. Then the next item is on page 9, and that is the item of immunity. And I think that's the second most important part of this bill. An employee of a financial institution who provides notification under 13-10-402, a financial institution that submits a report under WS 13-10-402B, or provides notification to a third party under WS 13-10-403, or an employee or financial institution that testifies or otherwise participates in a judicial proceeding arising from a notification or report under this article is immune from any civil or criminal liability arising from the notification, report, testimony, or participation in the judicial proceeding, unless the employee or financial institution acted in bad faith or with a malicious purpose. The financial institution that in good faith and with the exercise of reasonable care places or does not place a hold on any transaction under 13-10-404A 2II is immune from any civil or criminal liability or disciplinary action resulting from that action or failure to act. And then final item in this bill is the records, and they to the extent permitted by state or federal law, a financial institution shall provide or request, on request, access to or copies of records relevant to the suspected financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult to the department. And finally, on page 11, it states that the Department of Family Services shall promulgate any rules necessary to implement this act not later than July 1, 2022. And that is the bill, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion on the bill. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 76 and ask for your favorable consideration. So, ladies and gentlemen, I love this idea. I'm not totally enamored with the bill, but I love the idea and I think it needs to be worked. My concern with it, so the first thing that kind of opened my eyes is I went back in and looked at how it voted out of the other body, and I noticed one of the sponsors of the bill voted against it. And then when our good chairwoman of Labor Health also voted against it in committee, it made me think twice. And so then I got to reading the bill, and I think there's some holes in this bill that need fixed. And I'm not a lawyer, but I do think there's some holes. And if you go to page 6 of the bill, you'll see that section 13-10-403, notifying third parties. And basically it says notify, it goes in, submits a report of financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult to the department. The financial institution may, at the time the financial institution submits the report, also notify a third party reasonably associated with the vulnerable adult of the suspected financial exploitation. Now, I don't know if that means you can release banking records to a third party. Who is the third party? And there are a few other instances in here where I worry about the due process of the individual that holds the account in particular. Even if they are a vulnerable adult, they have due process on what can happen with their records. And so what I try to do, you know, and I guess the other issue I have, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing if the bill's tight enough, but then on page 9, 3510 405, it provides broad immunity. And immunity to the financial institution, which I can certainly understand, but you better have a tight bill. So what I'm suggesting in this amendment is, yeah, let's leave this in statute, but let's put it out 1 year. Let's just delay implementation 1 year, and let's send this topic to the Joint Judiciary Committee to kind of work on it in the interim to make sure that we have as good a statutes as we have. And I'm not fighting to kill this bill because I think the concept is very worth doing. I just believe we need to have a little tighter bill than we have. And so that's the basis of my amendment, and I would stand for any questions on my amendment.
Okay, we're on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may have to come back, and I hate to do it, but I might have to divide the amendment, but I think ultimately, even if I divided it, I don't like the amendment in general. And there's a couple of reasons why on this. I don't disagree with our good majority floor leader that you want to make sure you have a good policy bill leaving this body, and when we put it into place, especially when we're talking about any type of immunity, that we have that tightened up. My biggest concern that I have with this is, well, I guess there's two things, and they both rank right up there. The first one is another study bill. We really seem to like doing study bills, and I really have a hard time with that. And that not only are we doing a study bill, but we're also dictating above and beyond what management council would do as far as dictating what type of interim topics we're going to be looking at. So does this take, do we have to give deference to this because it goes into statute and session law, or does management council decide that they don't like this so they don't assign it? I mean, that just kind of conflicts in itself with right there with me. But then the second thing is putting a further date out further, you know, something that goes out a little bit longer there. My concern with that is, I understand why we're doing it with the intent of the study here, but I don't like the fact that we're still potentially leaving out a ton of opportunities for these vulnerable adults to be taken advantage of when this bill can provide that protection in that interim time. And while I recognize there may be some unintended consequences, this body tends to try to do its best work and tighten it up. That's what second and third reading are for, and for that matter, what this reading is for, to really tighten a bill up. I don't think it's in our best interest to leave vulnerable adults out there to be taken advantage of in a situation like this by saying we're going to study it and then we're going to wait to implement it for a full another year. So I'd urge some serious caution, strike that. I would urge a no vote on this particular amendment. While I recognize that the intentions are good from the majority floor leader here, I'm not positive that this is the way that the body wants to go while trying to protect a vulnerable population. Thank you.
Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On against the amendment and against the bill. Problem is this is going to lead to a lot of unintended consequences. This didn't go through the health department, and as a guardian myself, taking care of a vulnerable adult could leave me and a lot of other guardians in jeopardy. You know, there's let me see here. You know, as a guardian, you know, telling an vulnerable adult that, you know, he can't spend his money on something that's unsafe, and then that happens. You know, everything gets stopped. Them buying something that's not good for them. You know, as a guardian, you're sitting there talking to these people, you know, my son in particular, you know, this is what you need to be doing. That could be taken the wrong way. The financial records, that's a whole nother thing, because the way I understand this is each institute's going to write their own rules. I believe this should be an interim topic between Committee 10 and Committee 1 to make sure we get this right.
Representative Hallinan, we're on Committee of the Whole Amendment 1.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really would say that I would approach this Committee of the Whole Amendment with the following concerns. The financial institution at the time, the financial institution submits the report, also notify a third party reasonably associated with the vulnerable adult. That would be a family member possibly. And they would find out, and they would be, and this is at the same time that the department gets their report. So I think it would be appropriate that the family member would be able to hear that there was a concern about this person's vulnerability. And then in regard to the immunity section, I think the immunity is very important because these banks and these other institutions will not necessarily even pursue these issues unless they have immunity. So I think that that would be also a very reasonable consideration for opposing this Committee of the Whole Amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think the purpose of this bill is clear, and it's needed to protect vulnerable adults. It supplements federal law. As you know, banks and like institutions are well regulated. There's provisions that provides for a hold up to 10 days. And we have a requirement to know our customer and to make sure that we verify the beneficial interest. It's hard for someone to come up to your counter in the bank and for you at first blush to know, you know, what they're all about. But we're a small state, and in most of our communities, we know who the vulnerable adults are, and we just generally, because out of good old Wyoming neighborliness, watch out for them, right? And I think this is a good bill to move forward and, you know, further refine in the process in second reading and third reading. So I'd vote against this amendment and work the process.
Just a reminder, we are on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 at this time. Vice Chair Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was against this bill until this amendment came. My question is, what happens if everything is referring to this third party or the family services? What if you're taking care of someone and you don't have a necessity for that relationship with that third party? The other thing is remember not too long ago, we had predatory lending. In our elderly, we have issues with reverse mortgages, which I personally consider a predatory lending type. But there's a lot of these situations, and these stem from the bank institution themselves. So I have a lot of problems with, there's too much not being answered in this. So I'm on for the amendment.
Just a reminder to those speaking on this, we are on the amendment, not the bill. And I'd ask that you keep the comments to the amendment. Let's see, yes. Chairman Wilson, I did see you this time.
Good job, Mr. Chairman. On the amendment, and it is a little hard to talk about the amendment without speaking about the bill, but seeing as my chairmanship was mentioned in reference to the amendment, I figured I should I would ask that the body vote aye on the amendment. I do think the implementation at the very least needs to be put off for a year. I don't think the things that need to be worked on can be done in second and third reading. If we get to a really great place by third reading, if the bill is still there, we can always take this off again. But I do think that the content of the bill needs further discussion. So I would just ask folks to vote aye on the committee of the whole amendment, and then we can get back to the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Crago, you've been waiting patiently on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment, just let me preface the rest of my conversation by the bill has lots of holes, as the good majority floor leader said, and I'm not sure we can get them all fixed in the next 2 days, but we can get them fixed. The idea of the bill is good. That being said, just to respond to a few of the comments that we've already heard, I think the good representative from House District 9 talked about what happens in the next year if we don't pass this legislation. Well, we already have a vulnerable adult reporting statute, and it's in 35-20-103. And it also contains an immunity clause. So anybody that reports under that statute automatically has immunity. This bill would add to it, but it doesn't replace it. And so we're already protecting those people who do the reporting. The problem that we're trying to really fix with the bill is unique to banking institutions. What do they do? What do they do with the money? How do they figure all this out? And so some of the problems with that, trying to fix that problem, is we've created, I believe, some due process concerns within the bill. What happens in those 10 days while they have your money on hold? Okay, who gets to determine whether that was a good idea or not? Why don't we just report it? Why isn't the first step reporting it to law enforcement, local law enforcement, or your local DFS agent, and getting their okay on putting a hold on the money? My other questions regarding the bill, and I'm trying to keep it on the amendment as close as I can, Mr. Chairman, but without really addressing the bill a little bit, I can't express why I'm on and in favor of the amendment. The next thing is, and I think the sponsor of the amendment alluded to this, what exactly can be disclosed to this third party? Who determines who the third party is? Maybe that third party is a child. I have lots of clients at home who don't want their children knowing exactly how much money they have. You run into issues of that nature, and maybe that person's vulnerable, maybe that person's not. We're leaving it up to a judgment of somebody in a banking institution, and I just think we need a few more checks on that judgment call, and I think we can get those in the bill or in legislation. I just don't know if we can do it in the next 2 days, and so I'm on in favor of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So that I don't miss you, Minority Floor Leader Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was on Zoom during the committee hearing on this bill, and honestly, the discussion about the bill and the purpose of the bill, and honestly, again, we have to talk a little bit about the bill itself in order to talk about the amendment, was that it is really designed to protect vulnerable adults from fraud and scams. And I think that's something we can all agree that we want to do. And honestly, we want to step up our ability to do so. And so what this amendment does is say, hang on for a bit, at least a year, before we do that. And so honestly, that's where I have some concern about the amendment, is that in fact, it would put the language of this bill into statute, but not have it go into effect for a year. And so are we leaving vulnerable adults more susceptible to those scams and frauds that we heard about? The answer is possibly. That being said, the more that I listen to the discussion, in order to get this bill passed, if it makes sense for folks to put the language in the statute and make sure that we get it right over the next year, and do some tweaks if necessary, then I'd be in favor of the amendment. I'd also like to mention this kind of concern about third parties and due process that the amendment is designed to in some way address. I too am one of those third parties and just became one, honestly. And it's scary. It's honestly scary to be responsible for another adult's finances out of nowhere, honestly. Not out of nowhere, but just all of a sudden I have a good friend with dementia. And I'm her power of attorney. And I just was looking at the statute for vulnerable adults and thinking about third parties. And the reality is I have that POA, but not everyone has a POA. Maybe that is something that we need to take a look at in order that we get it right. But I'm honestly still a 50-50 in terms of the amendment. But the idea behind the bill, I think, is really good and necessary. And I also think it's relevant to note that the real secondary party that's involved in this are the banking institutions. And they did not testify against this at all, which I thought was very interesting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Worf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the amendment against the bill, I do think this is a good amendment. I think it does help this bill, but I think, as you will find, the more we talked about it in committee, the more my support for this bill was eroded. And I think that's what you're seeing with this body. The more we talk about it, the more we look at it, the more we see that it's in dire need of help. I think the intention's good, but I think we are giving a new power to local banks. The federal level already provides some level of protection. The concern I have is we all assume we're talking about the local mom and pop banks that we have in Wyoming. I know just in the few years that I've lived in this state, I have had numerous banks that I've been at that were mom and pop banks that became more of the national bank. And I think that's the thing we need to think about. It's one thing when it's your local bank, your small communities, and you know everybody. It's a whole different thing when we start looking at these big banks that really don't have the tie to the community that our small banks have. And so I would urge this body to accept this amendment and vote no on the bill. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. On and against the amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, if the bill is not ready to become law, why would we pass it and then come back and fix it? I would just submit that that's not good practice. When I look at this bill, it's not ready to become law. And we'll talk about that in the next couple of readings. But as it currently says, it says exploitation means an act of undue influence based upon a person's relevant past behavior. Inconsistent relevant past behavior. What does that mean? I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. And how would a bank or anybody else have any idea? So a long way to go, but let's not pass something that doesn't make sense and then say we're going to fix it tomorrow when it's in the green books. So on and against.
Any further discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment 1? Majority Floor Leader Summers? Oh. Representative Martinez Rodriguez. Romero Martinez, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I voted for the bill. After listening to the presentation of the amendment, I will say with sound resolve that I support the amendment, and I still support the bill, but I support the amendment for all the reasons everybody else mentioned. But I just wanted to make one comment. While there are gaps in this bill that we will fix in a year of study, there have been gaps for decades prior to this where vulnerable adults have been taken advantage of. They're going to continue to be taken advantage of. So I just want to urge the body, if you know of something, rely on the statute that exists that the good New Country doctor mentioned, and be vigilant in your communities. For the amendment, thank you.
Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and still on in support of the amendment and for the bill. You know, I probably could have killed this bill, but I think it's important enough to work on this that we take the chance that we're putting some, I'm not going to say bad, but we're putting some stuff into statute that needs some help. And I think what it really does is it forces our good judiciary, our good joint judiciary committee, to work on this in the interim and do what is going to be right for our vulnerable adults. So, yeah, normally I don't like to do this, but I think this is a topic that needs worked on now, and this is a method by which to get that done. So I urge your support.
Any further discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has passed. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. You may be seated. As I said, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 passes, 33-21. We're back on the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I urge a no vote on this bill. There's too many loopholes in here. We are not passing good legislation out of this House. The Department of Health was not brought in on this. So somebody with a developmental disability and their guardians are going to get caught up in this. I believe it needs to go to an interim committee, Committee 10 and Committee 1, and we bring good legislation back and pass it. This is an important subject, but it's going to be the loopholes that where we're going to get in trouble. So against the bill.
Representative Wilson, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to explain why I voted no on this in committee. And I do agree that there is a significant problem. I think probably everybody in this chamber knows at least one person, whether elderly or not, who has been scammed or had some fraudulent thing happen, or, you know, the infamous phone calls from the so-called grandson asking for money or whatever. I mean, there is a problem, but so on page 3 of the bill, it involves a vulnerable adult, as in 352102. And the definition of that is any person 18 years of age or older who is unable to manage and take care of himself and his money without assistance as a result of advanced age or physical or mental disability. So that's kind of a first thing. You know, my bank, it used to be a bank chartered in this state, and then they got sold, and they just got sold again. And there's an awful lot of turnover in those bank tellers. I mean, I've banked there for 20 years, and I can't tell you how many bank tellers I've heard. So whether or not any of those young gals behind the desk might see me and think that I'm unable, as a result of age, to decide whether I want $5,000 in cash or not. I mean, I'm not, it's not entirely sure to me. Then on the next page, page 4, says if the employee has cause to believe that exploitation has occurred, then they will make a notification. And I inquired of the banking folks who were there, what would be the basis for the teller's decision? Things that are different, things out of the ordinary. Of course, if they just got hired last week, maybe they don't know, but, and they said, well, in rural areas, we know our customers and we'll know if something is amiss. That was the word they used. And I have to say, it seems to me that one person's definition of amiss is not necessarily someone else's definition of amiss. And so I created sort of a scenario. Supposing I took alarm over the world situation and the rise in commodities prices out of Eastern Europe and decided I needed a lot of extra cash in my house, inadvisable as that might be. And supposing my son-in-law, whom they've never met, came with me because we were on our way to pick up fast food or something, and they decided that it looked shaky. So what happens then, you'll see that at the bottom of page 4, then they called DFS. I could say that because it's in the bill. And what DFS does, according to them, is then they will call law enforcement, and then to find out whether or not I'm under duress or something, then they'll show up at my house, I guess. So, they'll put a hold on my $5,000 withdrawal. DFS and a sheriff's deputy, I guess, will show up in my driveway and want to know what I think I am doing. And I just really have some concerns with that. And I don't feel like we've pinned it down such that, because, and while we're figuring all this out, suppose it takes DFS a whole week. They did say that they probably don't have any trouble with staffing because even though we're aging as a state, we're having fewer children, so they might have fewer child cases to look up. But, you can imagine it easily, this might take a week or something to resolve. And meanwhile, there's a hold on my transaction and I have to deal with these annoying public servants questioning me. Okay, maybe I have a little tinfoil hat on, I can do this here, I'm not. But I wasn't content that, and the main reason, as we noted, people can call in a complaint about or a concern about abuse. What they want is to not be liable for, I can't sue them or file some complaint against the bank for holding my money for an extra week. And I get that. Anyway, I just wanted to explain why I voted no on the bill. I really do think there is a problem, and I would like us to be able to come up with some way, because right now, as the bankers see, by the time they find your daughter or convince you to not wire $2,000 to Canada for your supposed grandson who's gotten in a car accident, your money is gone. We heard a lot of testimony about that happening, and that truly does happen. So I think if this, I would certainly commit, if this bill doesn't pass, that we would have it as an interim topic, either whether in labor or judiciary probably is a better place for it. It certainly needs to be dealt with, but that, Mr. Chairman, that's why I didn't vote for it in committee.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd really like to thank the good Chairman of Labor and Health and the good attorney from the Land of Bisons for explaining the gaps that are in the language as we discussed. And it really concerns me that we're leaving it up to some people to, probably not maliciously, but impose some restrictions on people where it's not warranted when we already have some conditions in place. I hope that we'll vote this bill down, but then the second thing that concerns me is the amendment that we just put in. And what we've done on the amendment now is we've taken the option, this bill may or may not be good as an interim topic, but we've taken that decision away from any of the committee chairmen that we're going to consider their topics, and we're saying, thank you, but this is what you will study. And then we've gone to an agency and we're saying to this agency, in order for this committee to hear it, you've got to compile all this information and have legislation ready by a specified date. I think we're overstepping a little bit, and well, maybe not overstepping, but I don't think that we're being considerate of the process as we determine
interim topics, and so with the flaws of the bill, I think that without malicious intent, I think that we made mistakes in adopting the last amendment. I hope that we'll vote this whole action down.
Okay, Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would really ask this body to vote this bill down. I mean, I have a lot of, obviously vulnerable adults who want to protect them, and there's no question about that. But like everything in life, there's a tension. Every public policy decision, there's a tension. The slam dunks are very rare in public policy, and in this bill, the way it's used, this sort of dagger. It's such a restraint and trade. It's becoming so difficult in this country to get things done. It is becoming very difficult to get a transaction to the finish line, which is one of the problems in our country. And I just think this sort of statute, it isn't there. The language isn't there. It's got to be really narrowly tailored, and there's always a tension. And I was just talking with someone in another state where they have these sort of reporting laws, and they were falsely reported in another state, someone I knew. And it's very frustrating when you're trying to help somebody and you start getting accused. And obviously we want to protect, but we want to also build a statute that's narrowly tailored and that gets to the real issues that are out there. And I just think the way this is worded, it's too much of a restraint and trade. So please vote no.
Representative Worf?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I rise. I urge the body to adopt that last amendment. I do think it made a bad bill better, but I have to agree with the chairman of the committee that's appropriately named. I do think it's a bad bill, and I think it is better for us to vote this bill down. It can be picked up as an interim topic, as the good chairman of our Labor and Health said. And I do think that it's obvious this has got too many holes to fix today or before the session terminates. So I would ask this body to resist this bill, vote it down, and let's come back and actually do something that is beneficial. Thank you.
Representative Hallinan?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the debate we've had on this bill. It's a fairly complicated bill, but I think the main reason that I was in favor of this bill in the committee was when I asked the question of what is done now. And now they don't have anything that banks can do. They can't put a hold on, and they don't have immunity. Those are two items that are very important for a bank to be able to deal with these folks that are unable to handle their affairs. So this bill answers the question of how they handle it. They can put a hold on giving these monies for a period of 5 days, which isn't a great deal of time. And they can be held immune when they do that. And unfortunately, they don't have that power right now. Now, if somebody comes in and they have mental problems and they want to have $50,000 or something like that, I guess the bank has to give them the money. But they can't put a hold on that money now. But with this bill, they can. And people can be saved a lot of money and a lot of grief if they have to wait for 5 days to get this money, or maybe longer, if it proves out that they are unable to handle their affairs. So with that, I think this bill serves a purpose. So I would hope that you would vote yes on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Clausen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the bill. So I've had to deal with this directly. I had to go to an attorney and they said, there's pretty much nothing you can do. I didn't have power of attorney over this adult, and they had done some things that were not financially wise from some people who led them down the wrong path. I think it may be inconvenient if something strange happened, but we have to have a little bit of faith in our fellow humans, especially a bank teller. You walk in with a check from Zimbabwe that I just have $5 million and it drains your account, things like that. You have to have a little bit of faith in the people that you're dealing with, that are hired, that are filtered by some of these institutions. I think, yes, it may be inconvenient to not every once in a while you'll catch somebody that it's legitimate, but I think you'll catch some bad actors, and at the end of 5 days, you can still do your transaction. If you get scammed or these adults get scammed, they're never getting that back, and I think the juice is worth the squeeze here.
Chairman Nicholas?
So ladies and gentlemen, on and against the bill. So I read the bill for the first time about 30 minutes ago, and I have 7 pages that are marked up and stricken through. If I was working this bill when I used to be on judiciary, there is just a lot of problems with this bill. Number one is the definition of exploitation. In essence, you're a bank teller, and you have to determine if the person is being exploited if someone is working undue influence, trying to talk someone into doing something that's causing the person to act in a way inconsistent from his previous conduct. What does that mean? And what is his previous conduct? And how well do you have to know that person? For the last week, the last month? Look at the immunity provisions in here. It says the banks are immune and the tellers are immune, but that's not really what it says. What it says is, if they act in good cause and have reasonable suspicion to do what they do, then they have immunity, which means all the lawyer's just going to bring a cause of action saying, you didn't have rules and regular procedures in line, and so you fail it, because the omission is also liable for this. So the bank's liable both ways. Seriously, this is not that big of an immunity the way it's currently written. So lots of work to do on this bill. Let's not pass it. Let's let judiciary review it and examine it and come back next year.
Representative Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make very few transactions at my bank now. Very few transactions by check. Nearly every transaction I make is by bank transfer. And just a question for those who are advocating for this bill. Does the bank employee ever even see those transactions? Can they ever take any action to prevent those? That's just a question. Thanks.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, I had to travel to another state because many of you may remember my brother was dying. And so I got there and I didn't have a power of attorney and I didn't have a lot of things. But I was able to talk to people and was able to get things handled. During that time, I also had some personal banking things that got to be a mess, and I called and everything was handled. I had to give the right identification. I had to do those things. So when this bill first came up, I was thinking, oh, good. Another instance is grandmother-in-law was taken advantage of by her granddaughter. So I was thinking, oh, this is good. But what I'm concerned about, and I said all that to say, while we do want to protect people and while there are perpetrators out there all over the place, we have to be careful that we don't get people wrapped up in a system they can never get out. I believe the idea is good, and maybe to encourage people to do things better with getting permission to help your loved one. But I please, although I voted yes in committee to bring this out, I believe it needs a lot of work, and I would ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Minority Floor Leader Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to encourage you to vote yes. First, I want to answer the question that one of the good representatives asked about bank transactions now being online. And what do we do about that? And that one for me, honestly, that's where I went with my friend to the bank and I said, oh my goodness, how do I get access online to accounts and all of that? And we had a young bank teller that we're all talking about. And she asked my friends, do I have permission to talk with you? And then they got a manager and we all figured out how to get me that kind of access with her permission. And that's a good thing. And I want to go back to somebody else who had said, let's have some faith in humankind here, that we're going to get this right. Because let's face it, we have an aging population. And honestly, we know that there's fraud and scam out there. And we want to protect everyone, honestly. We want to protect our friends and family who are vulnerable adults. We want to protect the third party, right? And we want to avoid those scams and fraud. I mean, that's really the big thing that we want to do. We just passed an amendment that said, okay, we recognize that maybe this needs a little bit more work, right? We're going to send it to judiciary. And I understand, honestly, some of the concern about process, that we have an interim committee process. But this is just another vehicle to assure that it happens. But let's make sure that it does happen and that we will have this statute on the book and we can tweak it next year through that interim committee process. Let's not vote it down right now. We passed the amendment that gives us the time to make sure those tweaks are done right. So I'm in favor. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very, very brief here. I think we should pass this. Pass it out of here till second, third reading. If we decide we don't like it in the third reading, that's fine. But one of the things that I think is critical, as we've heard, let's let judiciary take a look at this. Well, the time for introducing interim topics has passed. They're getting ready to meet as a joint committee here very soon. We can dictate if we want them to look at this by passing this bill. Strike everything else out of here. Strike it all out and say, let's have the judiciary committee look at this. If that's what we want to do, if that's what we say as a body, that's what we want, then let's do that. But killing it right now on the premise that we need to do more work to it is not the right way. So if we want to have the discussion further on, I say let's go ahead and pass a bill that says judiciary will issue a study and we'll put it forward if that's what we really want to do with it. So I think that looks like we might have everything. So I'd call question, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion on Senate File 76? Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say that there seems to be general agreement that we have this problem of vulnerable adults. And I would just ask each of us to consider, what are we doing about it today? Not next year, not in the interim, today. What are we going to do about it today? What positive, tangible step can we take as a body for the state of Wyoming to help these vulnerable adults today? We may not get it all perfect. We may not dot every I and cross every T, but I think we have a start and we have a process. And if it doesn't look like it meets muster at the end of it, okay, we'll live with that. But if we just say, oh my, we haven't had an interim topic set up and the deadline's passed, and hey, these banks are well regulated. They're examined randomly, okay? And the training process is ongoing and it's repetitive. So I think there's a lot going on around this that we need to pull together. This requires interaction with the Department of Family Services and other. My friend across the way there mentioned the health department. There may be other things that we want to consider as we work this through the process. I'd urge you to help move this forward and ask that question of yourself. What can we do as a body for these folks today? Thank you.
Representative Gray.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that on this interim topic thing, I mean, yes, the deadline to submit topics has passed, but I don't think they've had the meeting yet. The chairman still has discretion. The letter's not been sent to management council. While I think it should only be in exigent circumstances, certainly the chairman can add it to the list, and I think the chairman has said she will. So I don't think a bill should be passed just to include the mandate for an interim topic. So I really disagree with some of the previous speakers on that respect. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate File 76? Seeing none and the question being called, all those in favor of Chairman Wilson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 76 do pass, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate File 76 has failed to pass Committee of the Whole. Just do it. And requires a standing division vote. All those in favor, please stand. Okay. All those opposed, please stand. Okay. More than 19. The standing division vote having failed, a roll call vote is required. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly.
Aye.
Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer excused. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn excused. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson.
No.
Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 19 aye, 39 no, 2 excused.
Having failed a roll call vote and pursuant to House Rule 6-6, Senate File 76 is indefinitely postponed. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 106.
Senate File 106, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss. Wyoming Stable Token Act, an act relating to trade and commerce. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 106, Wyoming Stable Token Act. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. Chairman Nicholas.
I move when the committee whole rise and report, it does so with a recommendation that Senate File 106 do pass. And I'll turn the explanation of the standing committee amendment and the bill over to the good representative from Teton County.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, just to make sure, was the standing committee amendment moved or should I move it?
It was not moved.
I'll move the standing committee amendment if that's appropriate, or I will leave it to the good chairman to move it again.
It's moved.
Okay, it is moved. Thank you. Just making sure. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So before you, you have a substitute bill as the amendment. That was the Standing Committee amendment. We took a Senate file and made it, frankly, much better in committee. I'll at the House, it's pretty good at making Senate files better. But just to go into the bill, I think to give you a base layer understanding of, you have before you the Wyoming Stable Token Act. I should explain what a stable token is so we can understand why we're bringing this bill before you and why it makes sense for Wyoming. So a stable token is a type of cryptocurrency that provides where you have cryptocurrency, you can either, it's easy to transact, so it's one that's securely transactable between parties very quickly, but it can be volatile for the cryptocurrencies that exist throughout the world, right? So that volatility is a weakness in certain aspects when you want certain transactions to be pegged to a pretty stable value because you want the value of the currency to be the same before and after you transact it. So a stable token is a type of class of currency that's backed by a reserve asset. Usually this is the dollar. So that way you can trust that the token itself is worth the backing of the dollar that the company is issuing the token for. You can have that trust in the worth by redeeming your token for $1 if you really want the actual physical dollar back again. So the benefit here is you get both the stability of the dollar and the liquidity of being able to transact these tokens as often as possible in the virtual world rather than, paper money. So you can do things, you can transact virtually easier. So why would the state of Wyoming bring before you the Wyoming Stable Token Act? So the issue with the stable token concept as a whole is that a company is the one doing it and they have to have an underlying backing, but you have to trust that the value of that backing matches the value of the tokens that exist in the world, right? So if the company says there are 1 billion tokens and I have $1 billion in assets underlying the billion tokens, you have to trust that that company actually has the $1 billion in value. There are companies that have stable tokens, and to do this, they have some auditing requirements, but the benefit for the consumer, if a state does it, is that you have the ultimate trust that a state is actually complying with what it says, that it actually is holding the assets. We did put in this bill in the House committee, lots of transparency in that auditing process for ourselves and for any people that use it.
Representative, I think it would be best if we voted on the standing committee amendment, which is the bill.
So, Mr.
First.
Chairman, then I will call for the question on the standing committee amendment, and I will continue the explanation of the bill after that.
Thank you. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, which is substitute bill number 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has passed the House. We are now on substitute bill 1. Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, what's the benefit of the state implementing a stable token? So the benefit to the consumer that uses the stable token is not only do you get the liquidity, right, the easy transaction of a virtual currency, but you also get the stability of the underlying trust that the state is more trustworthy than a random company that you may not necessarily trust. So what are the benefits to the state for us doing it? So the benefits for the state is that we will issue these tokens. They will give us dollars for those tokens, right? And that would be the underlying asset that backs the token. But then we invest that in treasury bills, and then the state makes the interest off the treasury bills. So essentially, we are giving people the benefit of the trust of Wyoming, while at the same time, we get the benefit of the interest on all the money that's issued in the world that uses these stable tokens. I can walk you through the bill, but just very briefly, I'll walk through the bill if people have questions, but very briefly, especially on the standing committee amendments, that the treasurer oversees this, but we also have an oversight committee that is on page 10 to 11. That is the chief investment officer, the auditor, the governor, a senator, and 2 House members. This oversight committee basically helps with the startup process to make sure that, one, when we set up the stable token, we're doing it correctly, and to help provide transparency
that that we actually have the trust of the people when we're doing this. And then we'll have probably a second reading to ensure that there is constant auditing of this, but in the bill as well, throughout the whole setup process, we want to make sure we get this right, that there is no risk for the state at the same time, and then we implement a program that both works well for everybody and benefits the state of Wyoming. So I will be happy to answer any questions, but I believe there are other people that would be more than happy to help answer as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion on the bill? Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So 2 questions, and maybe it was mentioned in the presentation, but what other states are doing this? And then how does this unwind? So let's assume that 50 states end up doing this because it looks like a good bet, which it does look like a good bet. I support the bill. But then what's the unwind on this? So for example, if at some point it's no longer generates enough money to sustain itself or sustain the program, how do we unwind it?
Chairman, let's do Chairman Wilson first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question kind of picks up on page 7, and of course I'm just reading it now. Well, actually, let me go to page 8. So it talks about redemption. The stable token is can be redeemed in dollars, but on page 7, and I appreciate that it may be somewhere else in the bill, but it doesn't actually say that the deposits are in dollars. So on page 7, line 7, the state treasurer shall deposit all funds, and then the treasurer is going to invest them in treasury bills. I'm wondering whether it needs to be tightened up there so you don't have people, I don't know that the treasurer can't accept euros or rubles or something like that, yin bins, whatever they're called in China, and then have to, next year pay out in dollars. I don't want the treasurer to be at risk for currency fluctuations. Do we need to say that he only takes them in dollars, or is that just understood that the treasurer won't be able to take things that aren't dollars? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to walk through some of those questions, I guess I'll take the last question first. And the good chairman of Labor Health is you're looking at the portion of the bill that discusses the fund itself. If you back up in the bill, page 4 discusses the issuance of the token. So when the token is issued, $1 US is received for the issuance. So that I hope that answers that question. To the good majority floor leaders' questions, the first question, how many states are doing this? 0, which is exactly why this is it's a good opportunity for Wyoming to move forward and be a leader in this space. How do you back out of it? I guess that question is an interesting one because I think it depends on what you actually mean by back out of it. Once the tokens are issued to citizens and they've put their dollars in and they now have their tokens, they have 5 tokens, 1,000 tokens, whatever they have, there is not a mechanism for us as a state to go back and take those tokens back. In fact, we wouldn't have any interest in doing that. So you can't back out in that way. I suppose one way to back out would just simply be we can absolutely stop issuing tokens. That's discretionary. So we wouldn't issue any more tokens. But what I think the question is actually trying to get to is on the investment side, the treasurer's office is going to receive the funds from the sale of a token, put them in an account, and then invest those exclusively in T-bills, treasury bills. So when the question is what happens when it starts to go south, how do you back out? I would answer that by responding, I think the chances of that ever happening are so slim. anyone who knows about treasury bills, what we know about them is literally almost a zero risk, but also a really, really low interest return rate on those treasury bills. So the idea is to only empower the treasurer to invest in what would be considered one of the least risky investments, so that wouldn't be an issue for the state. But in total, the Office of the Treasurer would investment through the Investment Committee, which has been added now through the governance portion that was discussed by the good representative. They're going to be monitoring this investment just like they monitor any other investment. And all they would have to do if it started to go south is sell those T-bills, just like any other investment, I suppose. You'd back yourself out of it when you knew that was going to occur. But I want to reassure the body, if you don't have a lot of experience with treasury bills, just spend some time maybe looking into them. They're very, very low risk. I've been, from the research that I have found and from the testimony that we heard, that has never occurred in our history. So of the issuance of those that they just drop off the planet the next day. So I hope that answers the questions on the investments, and I hope that answered also the questions on issuance for $1 US.
Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question has to do with the legislative component of this Oversight Committee. First question is, what benefit is there of having two representatives on the Oversight Committee that we wouldn't gain from just having one on the Oversight Committee? And secondly, why do we need legislators involved in overseeing this activity in the first place?
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, so just to answer that last question, so the Oversight Committee designation came from appropriations. I think the 2-for-1 is actually good. It puts us on a level playing field on the number of people that are represented in each chamber, right? So the percentage of the population that's represented. If it makes sense, we can change the shape of the committee, but I'm pretty satisfied as it is. Why would we have a legislative component at all? Because this is the power of the purse. We're the legislature, and that we should have oversight in this role as well. And then to speak to the winding down, if for some reason we did want to wind down, if we felt that either we didn't want this to be in our purview anymore, or it theoretically wasn't profitable anymore, then we would legislatively enact a bill that says we have a set wind down period, we will liquidate the T-bills, and then have a redemption period, and we advertise that redemption period publicly so everyone can redeem their stable tokens for actual US dollars. So there's still basically no risk to the state because we already have this reserve fund that is built to be 100% reserve of the stable token account. So there should never be more stable tokens in existence than the reserve backing. So either way, that ability to draw down, have a close down period well within our purview and definitely easily achievable.
Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about how this transaction works. So if I want to purchase some of these stable tokens, is there a percentage fee that I would pay to the state to get these tokens? And if then I decided to turn them back into the state, is there a fee that I would pay to turn them back in? Does the state make money on either end of the buying or selling transaction?
Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just still twitching a little bit on this thing on page 4. So my apologies to the bringers. So back to that paragraph on the top of page 4, paragraph B, to which you referred me. So a Wyoming stable token is a virtual currency representative of and redeemable for a US dollar held in trust by the state of Wyoming as provided. And I don't know what's in that 4031-106. So just to be clear, because you can tell I'm probably working on a second reading amendment here, is that the only place, because I haven't read the whole rest of the bill, that it says a US dollar, and we're assuming that the dollar that's held in trust is the dollar you gave me, and as far as I mean, is that the only place where that the issue of the currency and the one for one is mentioned, or is it somewhere else in the bill too?
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, so on page 7, it has the establishment of the Wyoming stable token account, and that is literally the account that all funds go into when we issue a token. So we issue a token, the dollar that you spent to buy that token goes into that specific fund, and that's where it always goes and forever goes. There is on page 8 the redemption, which is it can only be redeemed for $1. On the actual purchase, I think that I think there is a reasonable period for a place for some clarification there, and I'm happy to work with you on that, Chairwoman Wilson. Oh, excuse me, the Good Labor of Health Chairwoman. But I think it's still able to be laid out in rules and regulations. So rules and regulations will still have to be enacted to enact this act. And if we don't do it for whatever reason in the bill, that's where we would clearly define, we're not looking to let you trade currency. This is only representative of $1. And that's all it should ever be. I also want to highlight where the interest goes. So the interest is laid out on page 8, in the middle of page 8. So you have on line 5, any remainder being distributed equally on a quarterly basis between the common school account and permanent land fund and the permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. So that's where the revenues will go. And to answer the question from the good speaker from Park County, which was, transaction fees. So how are these transacted? So transactions actually happen within a cryptocurrency blockchain that isn't administered by us. So we're only issuing tokens onto an existing blockchain. And so all those transactions take place in an existing chain. And so those fees on the cost of transaction happen within the chain and not within the state of Wyoming. So the state of Wyoming only is selling tokens on the chain, and people can buy them, but the transaction fee from the buyer goes to the maintainer of the distributed blockchain. So none of the transaction fees have anything to do with what the state of Wyoming will deal with. And we also, all our obligation is that 1, we're issuing these tokens, and 2, if you're trying to redeem a token, we have that underlying asset for you to redeem it.
Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so just to expand on my good colleague, a lot of folks I've talked to about this bill leading up to this is, what's the advantage for Wyoming? Is this another kind of pie in the sky boogeyman type of thing, or is this real? And are there tangible benefits that which we can immediately or soon thereafter accrue benefits from? The answer is absolutely. 5 years ago, the market cap for these stable coins was a couple of $1 billion. This year, it's eclipsed 150. And so what's the advantage to us? First mover advantage. Any company, state, nation, society who executes upon first mover advantage reaps the benefits. History is replete with examples that prove this. Because we are here to be the first, it gives us the opportunity to really capitalize on this advantage. So the good rancher from Sublette County asked the wind down cost. It's pretty dang minimal. But it's the upside that is exponential. And those are the best deals. Very limited downside risk, but enormous, almost limitless potential. So if this fund gets to the point where it's $500 million, $1 billion, that interest that we are getting off those T-bills goes right to the benefit, as the good coach says, for the children. So it presents an opportunity for us to continue to play to our strengths. We make a lot of money off our investments. This is an opportunity for us to continue playing to our strengths. So,
Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought I would just share some of my thoughts, having heard this bill in committee a couple of times now, and admitting to you all that I, like many of you, wasn't quite sure what to think about the cryptocurrency and all of those kinds of things. But in listening about the stable token, I really became intrigued about the process. And the further we went along, the more I knew or learned about it, I really liked the idea. And in listening to the department that would handle this and their discussions and all the proponents of this, I guess I would encourage you to do like I'm going to do, to move this forward and continue to learn about this. But I think you might also agree that this could be a really neat opportunity for Wyoming and a safe one at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on Senate 106 Substitute 1? Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, just wanted to speak and urge the members for an aye vote on Senate File 106. As one of the prior speakers mentioned before, the upside here is quite significant. If you're getting your T-bill rate, which is about perhaps 0.2%, but having the first mover advantage, if you are a sovereign entity issuing a stable token, it's possible you could capture 10% of the market. 10% of 150 billion is 15 billion. 0.2% of that, you're looking at $30 million a year that just falls into the general fund. So, and the way the bill is structured, there's really no downside risk, and we've added some pretty strong immunity provisions to this. In fact, it's super strong immunity. So basically, if something goes wrong with the stable token exchange, basically that's something that the stable token exchange or market maker would have to bear the liability for, in the state of Wyoming itself, and the state officials, the state employees, all absolutely immune from liability. So no downside risk. So urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so I apologize for these next questions. I'm thinking I like this bill, but, and I'm going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here, but when I was down there in the rabbit hole, I ran into a prairie dog and then took a turn and I think I found a burrowing owl. So I have a couple of questions now. As I was typing up my hypothetical second reading amendment about US dollars, the thought came to me, and again, I've really only seen page 4 and page 7 and page 8 in this. I don't even actually know how many pages there are up on my computer screen. Is there any thought, and I hesitate to bring up these gold bugs from previous years, but of having the treasurer be able to accept gold or silver in exchange for the tokens, not just US dollars? And the second question is, does it say anywhere, do the persons purchasing these tokens have to be US citizens, and do we care? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real brief. I like this bill. I think it gives us an opportunity as a body to lead the way in way of tokens. When you just look up types of tokens, when you're doing your Google and you see secure tokens, you can see that the authors of the bill are really trying to make a secure investment for our state. And I think that there's general consensus that we could probably make this bill better. Let's move it forward. Thank you.
Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trying to address the questions of the good chairman of Labor and Health. So, and I think the good member from Teton County mentioned that we could work on a second reading amendment if we really want to hone in on what can be accepted in exchange for a token. But, you know, the bill leaves that up to rule and reg, but I think conceptually how the token isn't going to be a physical purchase where you walk into the treasurer's office. It's going to be a digital purchase. So you'd have to, whatever you're exchanging would have to be a digital exchange. So I don't know how that works with gold and silver. I don't envision someone walking in with a bar of gold and setting it down in the treasurer's office and then receiving some tokens. The bill originally contemplated that through rule and reg, but I don't think there's any aversion to an amendment that would make that very clear so that we're the ones setting the rule as it goes. And then to the second question, no, the bill does not restrict who can purchase the token. And would you want to? I suppose that's a policy question. I would answer it in the negative. No, you wouldn't, because this is a volume game. The Treasury bills provide such a low yield. You want to sell hundreds of millions, hopefully billions of tokens. I don't know if the good member of Teton County talked about the market, but it's going to be in the trillions in terms of stable tokens out in the next, easily in the next 5 years. So there's a lot of opportunity out there with stable tokens. You want to sell them in a high volume. I think the concern might come in who's purchasing the token, but this is, I mean, we have no way to control at the end of the day what they use the token for once they have it. Any different than when we create a company, we have parameters on it being created. Once it's created, we really don't know necessarily what that company's doing or not doing. That's a private matter, so we don't usually as a state involve ourselves in that, and I guess that would be my position on it. But if for nothing else, you need to be able to capture the market, and you want to be able to sell these to anyone outside of Wyoming, certainly, because our population's just not big enough to generate the revenue we're looking at.
Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to clarify that, the people that we would be issuing the initial tokens to would probably be institutional institutions, right? So if you are a cryptocurrency exchange, you would have this, you would probably be the ones purchasing it from us so you can issue it to your customers. So it would usually be a bank-to-bank transfer. It's very unlikely that someone, again, would walk in the door. I don't think we should use this to accept gold and silver because there are costs associated with both, with accepting gold and silver. And then on whether it should be issued to citizens. So essentially, again, once we've issued these tokens, we don't have control over the transactions after that. So we could choose, if we wanted to, issue it to only citizens. But frankly, I'm not sure exactly what the benefit to that would be because they can immediately go to people who aren't citizens, just like a briefcase full of cash. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a couple things. During appropriations, we asked most of these questions. And so as it was explained to us, all of the trading will be electronic trading. So in order to trade, you won't send in $10 to get a token. You have to do it through some type of current electronic currency. That's the medium where this exists. And the question then will be, through rule and regulation, which currencies you can use and how you value those at the time of the transaction, because obviously those can fluctuate significantly. And if you have large purchases with certain cryptocurrencies, then what you have in hand may be of less value over time. And so then because of that, and because of the volatility of the market, that's why in this substitute bill, we put in about 4 or 5 stopgap provisions that ensures that the state is not liable for anything other than the value of what is sitting there. But what happens as soon as the transactions take place, then the treasurer will immediately buy the T-bills. So they'll lock in that value of that cryptocurrency at the time of the transaction or short thereafter. So it immediately transfers into a fungible known amount of currency to avoid the volatility of it. What you don't see in here, and we have an amendment coming up, is the auditing process. And so what the substitute bill did primarily is try to make this thing more transparent, make sure that we, the legislature, are involved and can see and monitor these transactions and how they're working, and whether it's working or not. And because let's talk about the sandboxes that we were just discussing earlier today. This is the third sandbox we've passed out, but we really don't know if it's working, what's been done, how much has been spent. And so when we create these opportunities, I think we have an obligation. There ought to be reporting requirements on the sandbox so that they come back a year from now and 2 years from now so we know where it's at. And if we have an oversight little group with something like this, because if it works, this will be millions and millions of dollars into our accounts. So I think it's worth our time and effort to sit on this, and we've got folks actively engaged in this who would love to participate in it. But there, as you'll see, there's no auditing component. And the hard part about this is how do you audit the managers? Because the managers are the ones that are to be doing the transactions. We just issue the token, and then the trading takes place on these different trading platforms in different currencies around the United States. And there are mechanisms that they testify to us, that there are mechanisms that those can be audited. And it's audited through basically the blockchain so that we can follow each transaction, and so we know who acquires what. And so that's part of the protection against the question of who can buy them. And then if, what happens if it's been trading by a Russian oligarch 10 months from now after it happens, and they're buying and selling in this currency? And the answer is, well, that we can find it, we can trace it, and then the rules and regulations will have the opportunity to address that. So that's an issue that we brought up in our committee, and I think at least the intent is that will be controlled by rule and reg. But all in all, it's a useful endeavor, but we just wanted to make sure that it's properly audited, it's properly managed, and that we know what's going on as it moves down the road. On and in favor.
Seeing no one else at the mic and question having been called, all those in favor of Senate File 106, please say aye. Although those opposed, no. Senate File 106 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 76. Reader, please read the bill.
78.
78, I apologize.
Senate File 78, sponsored by Senator Ellis. Language proficiency, seal of biliteracy, an act relating to education. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 4 Education, to whom is referred Senate File 78 engrossed, language proficiency, seal of biliteracy, respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Brown, Harshman, Nyman, Newsom, Obermueller, Paxton, Summers. Excuse, Representative Connolly. Representative Paxton, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. Chairman Paxton, what is your pleasure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's our chance to pick up the pace a little bit. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 78 do pass. There are no amendments. Turn the explanation of the bill over to the good good member from House Bill Number 1.
Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Senate File Number 78 and would ask for your favorable consideration. This is the language proficiency and seal of biliteracy bill. It was brought over to us by our good friends down here to the west of us out of the Senate. This is in regards to offering a seal of biliteracy to our students who are able to be bilingual and to be able to certify that bilingual talent. What we're looking at here is, well, you may ask, what is a seal of biliteracy? Well, a seal of biliteracy is an award given by a school, district, or state in recognition of students who have studied and attained proficiency in 2 or more languages by high school graduation. Just for information's sake, Wyoming is one of only 5 states that do not currently offer this. And what it is it's an opportunity for high school students to be able to have a certification from their institution that they are bilingual. And so it offers them more opportunity to be able to have other accreditations, to have other opportunities going forward into their collegiate career. And so what we're wanting to do is provide this opportunity to have a state seal to these young people and offer these colleges, or excuse me, these high schools, the ability to offer this and to make Wyoming the number 46 state that offers this. So just to briefly go through the bill, you can kind of follow along with me here. Very straightforward. What it basically does is it allows our high schools to offer this second seal. And so being able to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 would not qualify me as a bilingual student. And that's the extent of my Spanish that I can render. But what we're talking about, folks, here are multiple languages, and even talking about a good Representative LeBeau. I can't say LeBeau. She knows where she's from. But anyway, and even being able to offer the native languages and to our schools and be able to take this and give this to these kids. Cost-wise to this, Laramie County currently offers this $1,400 is what it costs for the Laramie County School District to be able to offer this to their students this year. So it's a very inexpensive opportunity to add more accreditation to our young people, giving them more options and more opportunities as they go forward. And I would stand for any questions. I would appreciate your support of this legislation.
Any questions on Senate File 78? Any discussion? Question having been called. All those in favor of Chairman Paxton's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report to do so with a recommendation that Senate File 78 do pass, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate File 78 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we've still got 2 bills that have to be read in. So I'm going to rise and report and get those bills read in, and then we'll go back into Committee of the Whole. And just remember, this is the last day of Committee of the Whole, and I am not going to go all night. So, ladies and Mr. Chairman, I would move that the House, the Committee of the Whole would rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Okay. Motion passes.
Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 76 failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. Senate File 106 do pass amended. Senate File 78 do pass. Representative Burkhart, Chairman.
Chairman Burkhart.
Mr. Speaker, I move Committee of the Whole report.
Move adoption of the Committee of the
For
Whole
adoption.
report. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Report is adopted. Thank you, Chairman Burkhart. You'll be back in just a moment. Well, that's about as lively as this bunch has been in about an hour and a half. Stable token. Stable token. All right. Standing committee reports.
Senate File 55, sponsored by Blockchain, Insurance Sandbox, an act relating to insurance. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 55 engrossed, Insurance Sandbox, respectful report same back to the House with a recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson-Lloyd, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Noes, Representative Nicholas. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Nope. Senate Joint Resolution 2, sponsored by Senator Dockstader. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 3 Revenue, to whom was referred Senate Joint Resolution 2 engrossed, property tax exemption for elderly and infirm. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Baker, Gray, Hallinan, Harshman, Henderson, Jennings, Sweeney, Yin. Excused, Representative Roscoe. Representative Harshman, Chairman.
Messages from the Senate.
Message 262. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 32, K3 Reading Assessment and Intervention Program. Ayes 27, noes 2, excused 1. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
All right, if you have any messages, let us know. I'm going to assign. Do we need to? Sign a conference committee on Senate File 40. Number 1 is Burt McGuire, Chairman, Oakley. Burt McGuire, Chairman, Oakley, Senate File 40. Chairman Eklund, you have an announcement? If there's any announcements, committee announcements, we can get those out of the way too. Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, your conference committee on House Bill 3 will meet upon adjournment with our counterparts on the other side. We'll be in room 113. It's on the first floor against the west side. I'm not sure which side of the.
Other announcements? The continuation of joint conference number 1, House Bill 100, will be tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Redistricting. Any other announcements? Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into committee of the whole.
Third time's a charm. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Chairman Burkhart.
House will come to order. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 85. Clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 85, sponsored by Senator Perkins, Child Care Facility Certification Exemption, an act relating to children. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred Senate File 85, Child Care Facility Certification Exemption. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Flitner, Hallinan, LeBeau, Ottman, Romero Martinez, Stivar, Worf, Wilson. Representative Connolly excused. Representative Wilson, Chairman.
Chairman Wilson, you've heard the reading of the report. What is your pleasure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 85 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments, and I would turn the explanation of the bill over to the Chairman of Revenue.
Chairman Harshen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is a simple little bill that adds one more exemption to licensing for child care centers. And we're talking about these organizations in every community. Our department that oversees this wants this. And super simple. And again, this language came from the department, and these are school-age kids, after-school club, association, all those kind of organizations in every one of our communities. I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions? Seeing no one at the mics, question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Wilson's recommendation that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report or do so with a recommendation that Senate File 85 do pass, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate File 85 is passed the Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 92. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
Senate File 92, sponsored by Senator Landon. Driver's license renewal or extension exception, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom was referred Senate File 92 engrossed, driver's license renewal or extension exemption. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Baker, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Henderson, McGuire, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Stivar. Representative McGuire, Vice Chairman.
Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we need to have a chairman or vice chairman move the bill.
Yes. You've heard the reading of the report. What is your pleasure, Vice Chairman McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number, Senate File number 92 do pass. And with that, I turn the explanation over to our local representative from Cheyenne. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, another quick and easy bill here. What we're looking at doing is we currently have in statute some exceptions for how licenses are renewed in the state. And this particular bill came to us for what we do have is some, if military members or anybody like that overseas is trying to renew their license, they may not have a Wyoming address currently. And so what this bill is doing is allowing those military members or anybody else that is involved with the State Department or any of those other agencies that may be located outside of Wyoming but still claims residency here, this allows them to have good cause and renew their license back here in Wyoming. So pretty simple bill. Took just a few minutes, maybe even just a few minutes less than this in committee. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions on Senate File 92? Any discussion? Question having been called, all those in favor of Vice Chairman McGuire's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 92 do pass, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate File 92 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 61. Reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 61, sponsored by Senator Perkins. Sage Grouse Game Bird Farms, no certification, expiration 2. An act relating to game and fish. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 61. Sage Grouse Game Bird Farms, no certification, expiration 2. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Flitner, Haroldson, Jennings, Knapp, Newsom, Sweeney, Williams, Winter. Representative Flitner, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Flitner?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 61 do pass. I further move the Standing Committee amendment, and I will explain that amendment before I pass off the explanation of the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2017, this legislative body created this statute, and so the individuals who are taking advantage of this statute and managing this farm in Powell and conducting this research have had very good success to date, but they would like to extend the opportunity to conduct their research. But per the statute, this would expire this year, and so they came to this body to repeal the sunset, which was done by our colleagues on the other side of the Capitol. But we decided in committee number 6, decided that repeal of the statute didn't really sit very well with us, but we did feel like the extension of the research was warranted. So that's the extent of the Standing Committee amendment, was just to put the sunset date back in place and provide them 7 more years to conduct their research. We will certainly have a discussion on the bill itself, but if you have no questions on the amendment, I would call for the question.
Questions on the amendment? Hearing no questions and the question being called, we're voting on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 61. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will now hand over the explanation of the bill to the good Chairman of the Revenue Committee.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really, I think the good Madam Chairman of TRW really explained the bill. The program is started in 2017, had a 5-year window. We ran into COVID, got licensed by the Game and Fish. It's been very successful so far. I can give you the stats. Let me just, there were 133 eggs initially gathered. 2 of those were broke in the field. 19 of them were infertile. So they hatched 122 eggs. 16 of those chicks were lost because of a deformity or runts, and all within the first few days. The rest of those chicks all have grown, and now they have over 50 sage grouse. They think they've got good diversity, but the idea is to continue this research. And so I think the TRW committee put this 7-year window. Our folks that follow us in these seats will come back and look at this again, and this is heavily regulated by our Game and Fish. There is no public money, and this is such a vital issue to every industry. Agriculture, minerals, all the core foundations of our state. Most of them you see on the seal in the window above you. It is so important. And habitat, Wyoming has led the world in the protection of habitat. And this is simply one more tool in the toolbox. It's not meant to downgrade the importance of habitat or any of that. It's important to keep this research going. So really appreciate your support in the past. Appreciate our TRW committee's 9-0 vote to get it to us. And I think the 7-year timeline is really good. And if we want to talk about the program some more, I'd love to visit some more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We are on Senate File 61. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The sage grouse has been under attack for a long time, according to the federal government, and they have been. I mean, we can't argue the numbers. They've been on decline. There's a lot of different reasons why. It's not just sagebrush habitat. There's West Nile played a huge factor in the Powder River Basin as far as cleaning them out pretty good, and they really have never come back. According to the USGS survey that they just printed yesterday, 80% of the sage grouse are gone from what there was in 1960. The numbers are down 80%. They harvested 7,200 sage grouse, or 7,600 sage grouse last year, and 5 out of the 11 states have shut hunting down completely. I believe this is a critical time for us with the Biden administration being in. I believe that we're looking at the sage grouse being listed, to say the least. And I believe that's going to be a big impact on the 30/30 project that he wants to do throughout the United States. I think we need to quit hunting the sage grouse. I say no on the bill. Thank you.
I would caution the body against using proper names. Mr. Speaker. Okay, all right. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we sat on this committee and listened to what's going on here, when this was put forth in 2017, someone came forward and said there's an opportunity that we might be able to help. And they went in and they did this harvest and they brought these eggs out, and they have 51 birds. And this is their first year of trying to do an in-captivity breeding program. They are fully aware of what we're up against, and that is the only reason they're interested. They're interested in trying to protect this state. And we need to realize what all of us would lose if this were the case. So the bill came forward with an open end, no sunset, just let it roll. And we all felt that that probably wasn't the answer. So we put a little bit of sideboards on it. Does it need more? Maybe. But I believe at this point, shutting it down is not the answer. I think that we need to just let this run its course. They're doing a phenomenal job. It's fully privately funded because there are private entities realizing if this bird gets listed, the state as we know it is over. It truly is, and I'm not trying to be a doomsday sayer on this, but you guys, there's a huge amount of ramification to not only the agriculture, but also oil, gas, and all of our resources. So, you know, I do agree with the last speaker that we have an issue, absolutely. But I don't think that taking out someone who's willing to try figure out a way that we can maybe bolster our numbers, I don't think taking them out's the answer. So I ask that we vote this in and get moving on it.
Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the bringer of the bill, I have a few questions. So this research farm you've indicated, is their end objective to eventually bring birds back out into the wild, or are they just strictly going to contain them? Is there potential for hunting farms to be built out of this? What's the end result there? And also, would you address the concern about diseases that might be injected out into the wild with this group? Thank you.
Chairman Harshman.
Committee of the whole, we can answer these as quickly as you can so I don't forget. You know, I think it's a good question, the end game. I don't think the end game is to scatter thousands of birds out in the wild, but it's really to learn more about the bird. Can it be bred in captivity? What can it be released? We don't know any of that. And I think it's just this process, learning a little bit every year as we move forward. And so I don't know the end game. The end game is research, learn more. I hope I answered your question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe adding on to what the good Chairman of Revenue pointed out is on research. If we'll reflect back 40 or so years ago when we discovered that there was still a black-footed ferret existed in the state that we thought was extinct, and we took that little critter and we had to figure out how we could make these things live longer and reintroduce them back into the wild and get them off the extinction list. We thought they was extinct. And so our Game and Fish Department brought them in with Fish and Wildlife. We worked with that. It wasn't without mistakes, and it wasn't without some catastrophic, some diseases that came in. And fortunately, they had learned how to breed these in captivity. And, you know, we put them out on some of the ranches that our legislators have, and they've done well. And so this isn't a new, we're not setting precedent here with the sage grouse. We're trying to emulate that and to try again to help protect and expand the ability of, and if we can learn how to successfully breed these birds in captivity and do it in a healthy manner, then I think that it certainly sheds a lot of positivity on the future for the ability to develop other resources in the state. Please support the bill.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I missed one of the questions was about disease, the good representative from Star Valley. And I'll just kind of, the director of our organization that looks over our game and fish talked about this and says the spread of disease, and I think that's what some people worry about. I mean, you're going to release these birds and they bring some disease out into the wild population, kill them all off. And so as the spread of, and this is some of the testimony, the spread of disease is never 100% avoidable, but it was testified that the testing and regulation is very tight. And that's from the folks who are certifying this one farm or this research is being done. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Representative Jennings.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 61, if this would be the proper time.
Representative, I believe there's still some discussion on the bill.
Okay.
Could we do that first?
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just here to add maybe a different perspective to this conversation, recognizing that our shared goal amongst this body and the state is to prevent listing. So we all have the best interest of our bird at hand. But what I'm really struggling with is that this bill is favoring a game farm, not a research facility. So the example we heard from the speaker about the black-footed ferrets, that was done by our state wildlife agency in coordination with our federal wildlife agency. So what we're talking about today doesn't apply to our university or our state agency. That's not where this research is occurring. And so I really believe that in adopting this bill, we're kicking the bird down the road for the next body to make a decision and have the same conversation in 7 years. And I think that this is emotional and it's hard, but that we should do the right thing and change direction and say that it's more about habitat and doubling down on our efforts to preserve the habitat where these birds live than it is to support a private venture farming, which is not the same as research. So I would ask the body to vote no. Thank you.
Chairman Flitner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would remind the body too of existing statute. First of all, with regard to the statement about concerns about the viability of our grouse, we did hear testimony that our sage grouse, their survival rates go up and down, much like cottontail. So drought conditions would have an effect on their numbers. But emphatically, we were told that the sage grouse is not in peril in Wyoming. So keep that in mind. The department, according to existing statute, if you have concerns, the department may suspend, revoke, or not renew any certification issued to a licensee under this section. The licensee has violated, and if the licensee has violated any provision of this act or any rule, or the licensee's facility no longer provides security holding. And again, I think we have to remember what the end game is here. It's to avoid listing. And our community college in that part of the state where this farm is located has been invited to be a part of this research, as has our university. And they are welcome at any time to be there. The agency that oversees our game and fish are overseeing this research, and they're watching it closely. So I think if you have fears, I think that there are many safeguards in place, and I think we trust our agency folks to secure the viability of these birds.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to add on to that in that, yes, the research facilities have been invited where the good university over the hill here has done research, and they have been invited openly by this facility. And we heard in testimony on committee about that, in that that would be a desired goal to have a research facility. But I'll remind you that that takes state and general fund dollars, where this is privately funded, and they're open to the good university, the community colleges, to come and observe, help, and study. So if we want that, the state's going to have to pony up several $1 million, where this private entity has taken it upon themselves to help preserve the species and study it further. So I urge your aye vote on the bill.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the things that I've learned in this body is crow tastes pretty good. I'm not sure about, you know, prairie chicken and whatnot, but 2017 was my first year in, and I voted against this bill because I didn't think this was a good choice. Very similar to what good representative from over the hill here was saying. There was a lot of conflicting issues. I didn't necessarily think that we were looking at actually trying to save the bird. I felt like this was kind of a bad deal, but I will be completely honest with you, and I will stand back and I will eat those words right now. What has occurred has been pretty remarkable. We've had a private entity come in and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds and thousands of hours raising these birds, doing this all for one dedicated purpose, legitimately. And that is to protect this state. That is to protect this bird and protect it from the federal government coming in and squashing down on our oil and gas development and anything else that we have going on in this state. So I do believe it, and it's interesting, I didn't realize we had a committee of the whole amendment coming up. I do think that's a good discussion, but what I really value, and I appreciate the committee that brought this bill forward and on our side, was putting a sunset on this, because we should be having these discussions. In 10 years, maybe this is no longer needed, and we can just end this program and we have that discussion, or the legislature's coming down the road. But to leave it open-ended, I don't think was the right idea. So I really do appreciate the committee bringing that forward. And I really do stand behind this bill now. What we've seen has been pretty spectacular. So again, I'll eat some crow publicly and say that what I voted against back in 2017 turned out to be a pretty dang good little bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Worf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too stand in favor of this legislation. Some of you may not know, but in a prior life, as a wildlife biologist, the ranch, the private property where I worked, we actually were able to collect eggs and hatch them. One of the first that I know successfully was able to take them and hatch them and rear them. And so I can tell you that I do know sometimes with wildlife, we are learning things. It's been said that it needs to go to a university. There's a lot of practical applications that you can learn on a private property operation that you can't in a laboratory or in a university. And, you know, we did it in conjunction with a university that's kind of to our west. But I can tell you that I do think we've learned some things. I agree that the sunset that's been put on there does make it better. But I do think there's opportunities for us to continue to learn more about this bird and how we can actually manage that bird and perhaps figure out how to augment those populations. I agree. We don't want to stop working on habitat, but this does not preclude us from focusing on habitat that's required for sage grouse. So I would urge the body to adopt this and pass it as amended. The sunset date that's in place is a good time period. So with that, I would urge the body's support. Thank you.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure who folks are talking to in terms of experts and the like. I spoke with someone who lives in my district who has a master's in science and PhD and has published research, peer-reviewed research, and has worked with sage grouse directly. So this is their wheelhouse, their jam. And my understanding, based on my conversation with this person, is that the risk for negative impacts far outweigh any claimed conservation benefits. And that part of the issue is that trying to research sage grouse in captivity ends up in detrimental effects. It's just not something that should be done as best practices. 99%, I guess, of the captive sage grouse will not survive or reproduce in the wild. And we also know that the capturing of eggs and going to take eggs is something that has been detrimental to wild sage grouse. It makes it harder for them to reproduce, the stress of going and taking eggs from them. Imagine having someone come and take your egg, your little baby chick. So it seems pretty stressful. But the consensus among researchers who have tried this in the past is that it is not a viable conservation solution because captive grouse rarely ever survive in the wild. So I'm not sure who folks are talking to, but the PhD scientists, peer-reviewed, published researchers that I spoke with do not support this bill, and I would urge that you vote no on it. Thank you.
there is a committee of the whole report. Representative Jennings. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been told that I should speak on this topic, so here I am. I'm not for this bill for several reasons, but it just seems to me that these birds have been studied long enough. The folks up in Powell who have the birds, I think we ought to go ahead and let them do what they're going to do with them and see what happens. But I don't believe we should be allowing anybody else to be gathering eggs and so forth. There's not a lot of folks here in this chamber that are probably old enough to remember back in the 70s, early 70s, when the sage grouse was in dire straits in Wyoming. We couldn't hunt them anymore. And so lo and behold, they started putting out these coyote getters, the cyanide guns. And by golly, within a year or two, we were hunting them again. And so habitat is really, really important for the birds, but at this point in time, the Game and Fish or the Wildlife Management Agency of Wyoming has decided that, or have determined that the birds are not in real dire straits in Wyoming right now. So I think we just need to get rid of this bill, vote no, and if things do get bad with the predators or with the birds, then we need to attack the predators. So thank you.
Chairman Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm in favor of the bill. This isn't going to cost the state of Wyoming anything. And the continued research we need, just building on what these scientists are saying, we can't introduce a domesticated bird into the wild. It's unsuccessful, and I agree. I've tried it with ringneck pheasants, and you can kick out a couple hundred of them and not have one survive. The predators will get them, and they're. So I think the key to that is they're imprinted by human beings. If we continue the research, maybe we can figure out that piece, how to raise these things so that they can be successfully introduced into the wild. And not going to cost us anything. Let's just continue on with this for a little while.
Okay, there is a committee of the whole amendment. Representative Jennings, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, members, 5 years ago, I actually voted for this bill, and I thought, it was an opportunity to look at this and try and keep them from being listed. And so I bring you Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 and for Senate File number 61, and ask for your favorable consideration. All I wanted to do here was kind of take it from the 7 years, because the original was a 5-year ask. And so I don't know that I can remember where we've put a second sunset on that was even longer than the first. So it's a very simple amendment. It just takes it back to 5 years. And so I'd ask for your favorable vote. Vote aye.
Any discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1? Question having been called, all those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has passed. We are back on the bill. Any further discussion? Question having been, Representative LeBeau.
Yeah, those need to, friends, I rise and supported this in opposition to this bill. As a representative of the 2 tribes here, we have a strong connection to the land, and the land is tied to our wildlife, and the sage grouse is important. And when we look at our land and our wildlife and how they interconnect, we really look at the traditional ecological knowledge of what that entails. And it's a really holistic picture that we look at. It's the land, it's our animals, it's our water, it's our air, it includes our stars. And then not only that, our oral histories. And so what's really important and why we're opposed to this is it's not the farming of this bird. It's the taking care of our land. That's the basis and the foundation, and why we come out in strong opposition to this bill. It's not going to solve it. And my questions kind of haven't been answered. We're talking about research. That's great. It's privately funded. I'm going to echo the former speaker. Let them do the research. I hear that our colleges, our institutions of educational, higher educational, are welcome to come. How come they haven't come yet? How come they haven't met them halfway? What is going on with our department that oversees our game and fish? If it was such a problem, why didn't they bring this forth? I sat in committee. They were neutral on the bill. They were neutral. And we got to keep that delicate balance. There's a delicate balance. So I urge the body to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the bill? Question having Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak to some of the testimony that we did hear about the sage grouse. It's not all a success story. In 2017, that bill allows for more farms, not just this one. It allows for more farms, taking up to 250 eggs at one taking at a time. That's a lot of eggs out of the wild population. The country north of us also has had a farm with over, and this was in testimony, over 700 birds with zero reintroduction back into the wild, zero success. So I question whether we're going down the road of a fruitless experiment versus concentrating on habitat. So I was for the amendment, against the bill. I think that an experiment where we know there's zero success both here and in other places is probably a fruitless endeavor. Thank you.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm for the bill for the simple reason that they've had some success. They've been able to raise these chicks in captivity. They haven't been able to put them back into the wild yet. That is a big hurdle. I admit that, and that will yet to be found. But what they're trying to do right now is determine if they can breed them in captivity. If they can do that, that is a major hurdle. So they need a little bit more time. So I appreciate the extra 5 years that we allowed them in this amendment. But let's let the science play out for a little bit longer and see if we can get some breeding pairs. I still think it's going to be a big hurdle to turn them in, to release them into the wild. But being able to say that we have a breeding pair in captivity is a major, major milestone. Thank you.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to answer one of the questions brought forward in that, you know, if we kill the bill, what happens? So what happens is the sunset is the end of the year, and by regulation through the department, they're out of business as far as their research capacity and looking any further, trying to breed. If they're successful this spring in breeding, one of the keys to the future is that possibility. But what happens if we kill this and don't extend the sunset now 5 years into the future? Those birds are going to have to be destroyed. What have we gained? All the knowledge so far will be lost. And another factor from a previous speaker on peer-reviewed, great research. We heard some of that testimony during committee. And certainly, I'm not dismissing any of that research. What we're trying to show, and what I believe for the future of the species, is there a viable way to continue the population? And so the research that goes on, I don't know why the community college or the university hasn't embraced and come forward. I have no clue. They have been invited. So I don't know, but definitely I'm in favor of moving this forward so that the research can continue and we don't lose what we already have brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to respond to a couple of those points. And I understand the testimony in committee. From what I understand, I think there was a little bit that didn't come out in committee. From what I understand, talking to some game and fish folks, if this did expire, their plan would be to issue what's called the possession permits so that they could continue. One, they would not have to destroy the birds, and two, so that they would not need to be released into the wild, because their feeling is that that would be inhumane. I mean, they think they'd all be dead in 48 hours. So the plan would be to issue a possession permit. I think the policy question for the body here is, do we continue to want these eggs to be collected? I was here in 2017. It was one of the first bills that I voted on in the Minerals Committee, and I did vote aye. But we got a new administration in there now. I do think that this policy makes it more likely for listing than not, because it allows them to say that we're doing something that is out of the line or experimental. I could just see the current atmosphere in our nation's capital leading to that. So I think we're in a little bit of a different situation from 2017. We've got a different administration in there now.
Point of order.
My understanding is there would be a possession permit.
What is your point, Chairman?
The federal administration doesn't have anything to do with this bill. So back to the bill, if you would, please.
Okay, we're on Senate File 63. Thank you. 61, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I mean, the listing question is definitely a key question on this, and the administration decides whether a listing occurs. So I would just politely say that it is important. I mean, I think that the situation is totally different where we're at right now. I understand what they're doing, but I think that they'll have a possession permit. They'll be able to keep the 120 birds that are there and be able to experiment with those birds with the possession permit that they have. So just wanted to talk a little bit about those issues, because I did have a conversation with the department, and they were a little frustrated about some of the discussion on the committee, that it didn't tell the whole story on what would happen if the sunset did go into place. Thank you.
Representative Worf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question was asked about the 250 eggs that are taken out of the population. And I think it's important for this body to know, because some of you may not be aware of the fact, but there's a process that they refer to as double clutching. And it's important for the body to know that when they remove these eggs from those nests, the hens will treat that as though they had a depredation loss, and they will re-nest, and they'll lay those eggs all over again. So I want this body to understand that just because they're pulling those eggs out of the wild, it's really not having an impact on the population. Those hens, it's documented, those hens will actually go back and re-nest, and they will produce another batch of chicks. So I just want the body to know that. Thank you.
Chairwoman Flitner.
Mr. Chairman, sensing that this body has beat this chicken to death, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. There's been one egg collection, and there is no plans to have another collection of eggs. So the fact that there might be more eggs collected is false. Also, the commission that oversees our birds and our fish have the authority to go into their rules, and they can put a cease and desist on any more licenses to be issued, any more eggs to be collected. So I think it's important that we continue to allow this research to continue with the existing 50 birds. And with that, I would call for the question.
Question having been called. All those in favor of Chairwoman Flintner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 61 do pass, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate File 61 is passed committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 86. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 86, sponsored by Senator Boner. Wildfires One Call Exemption, an act relating to public utilities. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 86 engrossed, Wildfires One Call Exemption, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Flitner, Haroldson, Jennings, Knapp, Newsom, Williams, Winter. Noes, Representative Sweeney. Representative Flitner, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. Chairman Flitner, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that when the committee of the whole rise to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 86 do pass. I further move the standing committee amendment because I am the sunset queen. And for an explanation of the bill and the amendment, I pass it on to the good representative from District 4.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first off, let's dispense with this committee of the whole, or the standing committee amendment. We put this sunset in, this 1 year sunset, with the concept that this will require us to come back to the table and figure this situation out. So that's why that's on there. This is really what it is. This is bringing codified law in line with common practice, or what is current practice. Right now, any dirt work that is done on a fire, like dragging a fire line on a wildfire, requires a one call of Wyoming. Can I say that? I guess you can do the 811. There you go. And that is not currently being done. It's never been done. And this has come to our attention that we need to address this. So this is giving a 1 year protection to our firefighters until we can get this figured out with the entities involved, and we can make sure we protect our entities as well as our firefighters. So with that, I would ask that we vote to bring the amendment forward and vote in this June 30th, 2023 amendment, and then go on to the bill.
Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Neither amendment that we speak about today are vital to this bill. I'm in favor of this bill. The less amendment, the better. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, question being called, all those in favor of committee of the whole, or standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has failed. We are back on the bill. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Protect your firefighters. Vote for this bill.
What? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Love firefighters, but this isn't about firefighters. And we kind of need to understand that what this bill does is that it exempts all activities associated with emergency suppression of wildfires from the provisions of this act. And it's really important for you to understand what this act does. The One Call Act was a federal act, and it's intended to help infrastructure that goes interstate and intrastate and protect those assets. So people who put in infrastructure, interstate or intrastate, whether it be telecommunications, fiber optics, a pipeline, anything of that nature, they have to secure the right-of-ways to get that over hill and over dale and on down the dusty trail. They've got to secure that. And when they do that, they have a right to control the activities on that right-of-way so that it doesn't impede the infrastructure that they have in the ground. They also have a responsibility to ensure that the infrastructure in the ground doesn't cause or create any hazard to public safety or the environment. And so this becomes a big issue, and there's people every day that are monitoring these right-of-ways to make sure that there isn't an encroachment upon the right-of-way and unknowingly do some sort of excavation that would rupture or damage that infrastructure and shut down communications or cause a hazard of release, cause an explosion, do some other kind of damage. So the One Call system was established. It's kind of like OSHA, where you have a federal, and then you can adopt it into the state side. There's a federal One Call, and then we've adopted the state One Call. And so an operator who has utilities in the ground is required to participate and identify where their right-of-ways are, where their utilities in that right-of-way land and are located. If they don't do that, if they're not part of this, there's a fine associated. They're required by law to do this. On the flip side of that, if you're an excavator and you're going to dig anything over 4 inches, you have a responsibility to call One Call, give a notification, and then allow those guys to come out and identify where their utilities are so that you don't unknowingly cause a problem. I think you can understand it's a big deal. Now, we get that. When the sky is blue and there's no wind and the grass is green and we're out there holding hands, identifying where the utilities are, and we get together and dig it and we intersect this representative's pipeline all as well. But what if there's an emergency? In the One Call statutes right now, there's a provision that says if there's an emergency, that you can forego that notification, but there's still requirements of an excavator that they have to proceed with caution, and the operator has to get back to them as quickly as they can. And so there's some adjustments, there's some evaluations that need to be made. So in this instance, if there's a wildfire and people are sent out to fight that fire, and there's right-of-ways, one of the things that I've always understood from firefighters is you have to come up and you have to assess the fire and make sure that you don't enhance the danger or cause any further problems, and make sure it's safe to fight it. Identifying where the utilities at are part of that process. And so the excavators, the guys that may be building a fire line or doing something else, may not be aware of the depth of those utilities. And so they're plowing along there with some sort of equipment and they hit a line. The damage to them and damage to their coworkers could be significant, whereas it probably could have been avoided. Now, in this bill, if we look at this, and there's concern about how when the One Call, the notification center, wants to respond back in an emergency, perhaps we can have some discussion on that. But this bill doesn't do that. Because if, as I mentioned, if the operator doesn't participate, there's a penalty on them. If I'm an excavator and I cross your right of way and I damage your line and I didn't follow the procedure, I'm liable for damages. This bill exempts them from all of that. We can't do that. We're going the wrong way. And so if you want to come back and address how soon or whatnot, that's fine. But the language of this bill is all activities associated with emergency suppression of wildfires are exempt from the provisions of this act. Please don't go there, and I'd urge you to resist and to defeat this bill.
Representative Larson, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too am against this bill. I really urge you a no vote on this. I would not, I guess I'd be worried that the feds would come in after they see you put something in the in this statute and maybe want to take over, you know, primacy or whatever they call it. I'm not sure which, but that is a possibility. And when they come in, their rules are a lot stricter. Their penalties are definitely a lot stricter. I also want to talk about this title and chapter. There's 5 places in this chapter where they talk about emergencies. They define emergencies in here, and I do believe a wildfire would be in that description. I can read it to you in a bit if somebody wants me to. There also is a section in there where the requirement for the excavator to follow the timelines in notifying 811, right? That is taken out. The timeline for the operator to come and mark the utility is taken out in an emergency. And also the civil penalties for an excavator and an operator during an emergency are they're covered in here. They won't be prosecuted for them. But I think we really need to be careful. I have worked with this group over the last 3 or 4 years in trying to figure out some language in these statutes, and I would ask to allow that again this year. We've gotten together with operators and the locators, the one call center, and discuss these. But you know, let's include the wildfire fighters and all that. But I'd urge a no vote.
Mr. Speaker? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this body is stronger because of the diversified makeup of each member of this body. We all have different life experiences, and we come together as a whole and we work off those experiences and those strengths. This is my wheelhouse. I lived in this for 35 years. That's my career. This is a bad bill. I can't say it more strongly than that. This is bad. The good representative here explained it very well. The 811 is very close to 911 because if there is an emergency, you should call 911 first and then 811 because they have all the maps of all the different utilities overlaid and they can find out who is in that area. And if you call 811 and tell them it's an emergency, that automatically goes right to the top. And they make calls to all those utilities that are in that area. And I've been on the other side. When that call comes through, day or night, weekend or holiday, that goes right to the top. And we respond as quickly as possible. Sometimes these rights of way have been in the ground for decades, and it's hard to tell where they are. But we have the equipment to be able to find them, to mark them. This bill actually hurts our firemen. It takes away from their safety. I have seen when excavators, when heavy equipment have cut into a line, I have seen people die because of this. It's not a very pretty sight. It's a memory I will carry through for my entire life. This is to protect the firemen so that they could, if there's an emergency, they can get started, but there will be people coming as quickly as possible to identify where those lines are to protect them as they go about taking care of those fires. But members, this is a bad bill. I can't say it more plainly than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd caution you, we don't pass judgment on bills, we vote on them, but just some consideration here for those who are bringing the bills forward, please. So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So there may not be perfect bills, but we work to make bills that maybe have challenges better. That's what I hope people work for. Choose to vote against a bill because you think it's not ready, that's something else. So I guess I have a couple questions for those that speak passionately against this conceptually. What is the current practice? What is the current practice? And what is the results of that current practice? What we've seen, somebody said what we've seen, were those experiences because someone was fighting a fire, or was it actually excavators? Because I think when we're talking about fire suppression, we're not talking about taking a track hoe and digging a ditch 6 feet deep. We're talking about something else. We're talking about a maintainer. We're talking about something different than a trench. At least that's would be my recollection in the few prairie fires that I've been on. So what is the current practice? And is this just codifying current practice? So I'd like somebody to answer that. And have any of those mishaps that were been spoken about actually happened in the context of a fire? Suppressing a fire, trying to get ahead of a fire. Or have they happened in some other context? Like putting in a pipeline where you shouldn't have been without permission. The second, and I said, so current practice, the excavator, with the type of activity we're actually talking about, the depth of the activity, that, and then the right-of-way issue. It's quite interesting because I'm sure many people here have been on one side of the right-of-way issue. As a landowner, I'm on the other side. And I reserve every right to save my surface. My surface. The grass that grows on that surface. They don't have some exclusive right to, and if their right interferes with mine, I get, the way the contracts I read, I get to have a say. Now, if I'm digging a ditch, I understand their interest. But if I'm trying to suppress a wildfire, I've got dozens of contracts on the piece of property that I'm blessed to be a part of from my family, and I've never had one that said, oh, by the way, you can't stop a fire. You know, the interesting thing is actually they pay a price if I can't stop the fire, and they've started it per acre. And it's pretty steep. So they'd rather I stop the fire. They'd rather I stop the fire. The last thing I'd say about the right-of-way thing is we have minimum depths. If your infrastructure isn't 4 feet below the grade, it's not in its proper right-of-way. It's not in its proper right-of-way. Now, maybe that's unique to where I'm at and the type of activities I see, but that's where we are. That's the way it is. So what I want to know is someone to answer me from either side of this issue, what is current practice and what have the results been of that current practice? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I sat in this committee and listened, I viewed it from a perspective of having been on a fire board for 8 years. And when you have a wildland fire, the first thing you think of is to get it out as quickly as possible. And even departments have issues with each other because sometimes they train volunteers now like they would train them as a full-time firefighter. And when a fire sometimes starts, they want to wait for those full-timers to come out, but that isn't the practice. So you sit and think of the problem that this has basically been presented as. And as the last speaker spoke, all of the testimony said that there was not one time that this has happened in fighting a fire. Not one time. So you look at the solutions. In this day and age, the technology that we have to document where things are and to have that information in front of the fireman before he starts to fight the fire. So I asked the question to the pipe layers, don't you have this information documented, and can't this be digitized so that every fire department could have this information before a fire ever started? They could look at the screen and see where those right-of-ways are and where the pipes are laid. And the answer we got was that'd just be too difficult. Well, that's the whole purpose behind calling in, right? They know where the pipes are. They know where the lines are. So why can't that be proactively digitized to get to the fire departments so that we don't have this issue? Well, sometimes to bring somebody to the table, a bill has to be passed. And I believe in this bill, in giving those firemen that waiver of liability to get somebody to the table, to give them information, to get them the solutions they need in advance of fighting a fire. And it's not that difficult. I think it's a matter of those companies being willing to come to the table. Thank you.
Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On for the bill. So I've managed probably a dozen of these kind of fires with heavy equipment. I had 8 to 10 blades running on these sort of fires. Never called one call. Most of the infrastructure in our part of the world is not on the one call list because flow gas lines don't have to be on the one call list. It's just midstream. So you kind of just have to pick and choose your way. In our part of the world in 2012, I believe we had a 40,000 acre fire. So time is of the essence, right? So you can choose to call one call or you can choose to put it out. And a lot of these places, there is industry with their own blades. So the last fire I managed that was like this, I had 6 blades before I had a fire truck. They were industry's blades. They started the fire welding on a trencher. It was 100 degrees with a 25-mile-an-hour wind. You don't stop those with highways. You stop those with 6, 8 blade lengths wide. You cannot actually call fast enough to get ahead of where you need to do to put out these blades in these, or to put out these fires in these scenarios. So there's a difference between practice and real life. Yes, I get the argument. You could hit something. My place, there's 13, 14 high pressure gas lines that are midstream, that are interstate, that we know where they are. You don't want to hit them. You don't want to hit any of the you don't want to hit the flow lines in the midstreams. We've had more experience with finding leaks with wildfires than we ever did causing them. Most of these things are supposed to be 2 to 3 feet in the ground. Some of them are not with erosion. You generally can tell where they are. Generally, you have to decide whether you want to burn up, in our part of the world, 30, 40, 50,000 acres, or whether you want to put it out. The argument against this bill, it's an argument, but it doesn't work in practice in real life. On for the bill.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to answer a couple of the questions, liability, that's the issue here. The firefighters are liable, or contractors working for the fire departments are liable. Exemptions. You're exempted from the 24-hour, or the 48-hour waiting period. That's the exemption that they have. So you won't have to wait for flags and spray paint, but you still have to make the call. Hand tools and equipment. So every single shovel used by a firefighter would have to make a one call technically. Industry standard. No one call has been placed for a wildland fire yet, federal or state or private. In the last 2 years, we've had over 4,000 fires. No one calls. The lines that are hit, absolutely horrendous and horrible. No one, I mean, you guys need to hear this. We're not sitting there saying this isn't an issue of hitting these lines, but it's not with wildland fire work. It's when you drop a ripper on a dozer and you blow through a line like they did here in this county. That's something that's serious, but that's not wildfire work. That's whenever someone was actually putting in a pipeline and made the mistake. Most pipelines, as we've heard, 36 to 48 inches deep, but erosion's an issue. So as this discussion has moved forward, we need to have this information ahead of time to these firefighters. They have talked about a quadrant-based notification system that way, if we have a utility that needs to shut down service, we can do that. But right now, we need to protect our firefighters. We need to protect our contractors from liability.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill makes a strong statement in support of our firefighters. Our courageous first responders willingly live the strenuous life for our sake. Unsung, selfless heroes who serve us oftentimes as volunteers. Is it too much to ask that they would be exempt from red tape while they are keeping us safe? In favor of the bill.
Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Dan.
Oh, which I can pass it. All righty, thank you.
Larson, Dan, yes.
I stand against the bill again. I really, talking to my firemen in my local community, they're always trying to protect their firemen. I think we need to protect our wild firemen also, and also the contractors that are going out there to work in the areas where the wildfires are. I know for my personal firemen in my town, they always wait. They know there's an overhead electrical wire going to the house. They aren't going to go into the house until that electric wire is unhooked and made, and they aren't going to do it themselves. This is sort of the same thing. I think we don't want to encourage the call to be made to one call to notify the utilities. And I think if you put this in there, that's probably what's going to happen. They won't want to make that call, but we still need to make the call to try to provide the safety. I do want to read in the statute, and I'm going to do it. It says under civil penalties, no civil penalty shall be imposed under this section against an excavator or an operator who violates any of the provisions of this article if the violation occurred while the excavator or operator was responding to a service outage or other emergency. Right there, I think it's covered, except that such a penalty shall be imposed if such a violation was willful or malicious. But it states in there, other emergency. Wildfires, another emergency. I believe they're covered for liability, and I really think this encourages them not to make that call. Let's call and let's see if we can get those utilities out there and mark those dangerous lines.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to answer some of the good speakers' questions. And first off, we heard some conversation that said, this passionate plea for firefighters, and I agree. These volunteer firefighters are probably the same guys that put this pipe in the ground, and we understand that. And we heard some conversation that, everybody that's going to be digging on a fire is going to have to do one call. That's just incorrect. They call that soft digging. It's in the statutes. They talk about reasonable care, and they're suggesting that you use soft digging, such as shovels and that sort of thing. So anybody that's using a shovel doesn't have to do a one call. But who does have to do a one call, the requirements of a one call is somebody who is an excavator, somebody that's going to be using a mechanical device that's going to dig down more than 4 inches and across this right of way. And we heard that these utilities are supposed to be down at least 2 foot, 3 foot. That's fair, but I can take you to parts of the country where erosion has taken a lot of that topsoil off, and they may only be 18 inches below. They may only be a foot below. If you go over here in the county of Carbon and get behind some of those mountains where there's some sand dunes, it's an annual thing to cover that pipe up because the wind's blowing the sand away, and they aren't. That's a great place to have a wildfire. And if we heard that the only time that this really is a concern is if you're digging a pipeline or you got a ripper in the ground and you're sinking it to the core of the earth. But when you're fighting wildfires, company I used to own, we've done that, and they wanted our dozers and they wanted our blades. And when you're plowing and making access for fire breaks and whatever, and you have to come down through terrain, it's easy that you could be peeling 3-4 foot off the ground, up the upper hillside to make it where you can drive down. So to think that this type of equipment wouldn't get to that depth is just inaccurate. There's some talk about ownership on the right-of-way. And that is always an interesting conversation, because when that utility come in and purchase that right-of-way, there's an agreement between him and the landowner. And the ability for the landowner to control vegetation and things of that nature are certainly there, but it's restricted to dig down based on the condition of the agreement he has with the right-of-way, the people who have the right-of-way. Mr. Chairman, the other thing that's important to understand is it's not every individual firefighter is out there in doing a one call and is considered an excavator. That company that has been hired to go out and is going to have that equipment has to do a one call. And they shouldn't be, there's exemptions from liability on the emergency component of the one call statutes, but the language of this bill is all activities associated with the one call is exempted, and I think that's a huge mistake, because at the core of this is protecting those utilities that have been put in the ground. So please vote no on the bill.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little background here. I'm not a firefighter, but I am married to one. And so that's going to give me some expertise here, I think. Basically, the big thing that people need to remember is that if you're called to a fire, yes, there are those incidences where you rush off and you run out the door. But typically, you have a dispatcher who calls. And if there's an issue, once you get there, there's a lot of people fighting this fire. But there's always someone, even in the rural volunteer brigades, that there is an incident commander, someone in charge to coordinate. That person, after they get there and they see and they evaluate what's going on, that person would then maybe make the phone call. But they don't need to do it on their way there. They don't need to do it as soon as they get there. They need to know what's going on. Their most important thing is to save private property, save lives. And so I think I'm on and for this bill because we're reaching and overreaching beyond what our firefighters really need to do. They're already doing this. It's just not instantly. So on and for the bill.
Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to withdraw Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1. Hopes that would help.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Any other discussion? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we heard testimony in committee, it was at first pretty striking that what the firemen were asking for, in my mind, was pretty reasonable. But then you add in the 811 situation, which you've heard great testimony on the problems. Unfortunately, we've stripped out the sunset date because the committee really believed, in my heart, what I think would have been appropriate is the sunset date, which we've taken out because we wanted to bring the firefighters into play, 811, and these different oil and gas companies that have, and communication companies and private landholders into play to try to resolve the situation. But I think what the firefighters have found is 811 is they're following their rules. And the good representative from near the center part of the state, probably nearer than where I am, hit the nail on the head as far as the excavator. So I think there's more work to be done on this, and maybe we can do it in second and third reading. There is a problem. We're trying to solve the problem. And so I'd say vote your conscience. I tried to put an amendment through, but because of a common constitutional question from LSO, I was trying to make the call when practical, and once one of the conversations that we heard in committee was that a lot of times firefighters don't know the exact location of the fire. It's a wildland fire, and it could be miles and miles and miles in a totally different direction. But one of the cures, I believe, in this whole situation is why can't 911 call 811 and simply say, we've got a report of a wildland fire. It's in this quadrant. We don't know exactly where it's at, but there you go. And why can't that apply to this immunity? I don't think we've solved it with this bill and resolved anything, but perhaps we can solve it on second, third reading. And of course, we want to protect our firefighters, so, and our excavators too.
Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how I'm going to vote on this bill. I went to the committee meeting because I was against it. But with the conversations between the firefighters, the petroleum, 811, they're going to work on this problem. Everything's in a GIS system for one call. And they can narrow it down to 20 feet, 150 feet when you're excavating, when you call a dig ticket in. Depends on where, how big it area that they're trying to locate. And at the end of the meeting, with the firefighters, 811, Wyoming One Call, and the petroleum guys, they were all willing and ready to work together to fix the problem.
Any further discussion? Question having been called, we are voting on Senate File 86. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The chair is in doubt on this one. All in favor, please stand. All opposed, please stand. Senate File 86 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So this is an updated Committee of the Whole list, and this is the last list. This is it. Senate File 100, 55, 56, and 82. And if we go at the same rate we're going, some of them will drop off.
Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 100. Reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 100, sponsored by Senator Landon, stalking amendments, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom was referred Senate File 100 engrossed, stalking amendments, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Crago, Larson Dan, Oakley, Olson, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Washit, Yin, Swanitzer. Representative Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 100 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments on this bill, and I will turn over the explanation of this bill to the good former chief.
Representative Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you Senate File 100. What this bill pertains to is the modern age evolution of stalking. You know, in the past, stalking involved people following one another, sitting out in front of their house, following them to work, and a variety of other ways of putting someone under surveillance. Today, the world has changed. Surveillance occurs through small devices that can be dropped into a purse or into a car or behind a license plate. It can also occur with certain computer applications that allow you to follow individuals' cell phones and the location of that cell phone, or the GPS system in some automobiles. And so what this bill does is update our stalking statute in the state of Wyoming to include placing individuals under surveillance by the use of any electronic, digital, or global positioning system or other electronic means. And what I think is real important, the question that came up right away in committee was, does this in some way interfere with a parent monitoring their child's cell phone location, that sort of thing? And it does not. The reason being is that this is included in the stalking statute. So first and foremost, you must establish that we have the crime of stalking occurring, that the harassment aspect of stalking is occurring, and then by what means. And so this statute, or this bill, only suggests that we change the statute to include an additional means by which the modern day stalker might put someone you care about under surveillance. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Seeing no one at the mics, question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Olson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, to do so with a recommendation that Senate File 100 do pass, please say aye. All opposed, no. Senate File 100 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 55. Reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 55, sponsored by Blockchain, Insurance Sandbox, an act relating to insurance. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 55 engrossed, Insurance Sandbox, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Blackburn, Burt, Duncan, Ayer, LeBeau, Roscoe. Noes. Representatives Clausen, McGuire, Zwanitzer. Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman. This bill was re-referred. House Bill or Senate File 55 was re-referred to Committee Number 2 Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 55 engrossed, Insurance Sandbox. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Noes, Representative Nicholas. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Swanitzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the Committee of the Whole rise to report 6 hours later than it used to be, that Senate File 55 do pass, and I would turn, there is no standing committee amendment from my committee. I know there is from our committee number 2, which I believe will be presented near the end of the bill. But in the meantime, I would turn it back over to the good Chairman of Judiciary.
Chairman Olson. Okay. Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, do we want we have a standing committee amendment on this from committee number 1.
Okay. I understood they were going to do it towards the end of the presentation.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we could very well be at the end of the presentation. Few hours ago, folks, I did introduce you to this bill, Senate File 55 on the insurance sandbox. And we walked, just to reiterate what we've walked through, because I know there's some information circulating. So just to be really clear, we are creating a box for innovators to play inside of. They can apply to play inside this box. When they apply, they must specify which parts of the insurance code they believe they need to be exempted from, provide a reason as to why their innovation wouldn't work otherwise. If those boxes are met, then the commissioner further considers what is the public good here, what are the dangers, what are the risks, and ultimately has the authority to approve the application or not. To reiterate, this bill, we worked with the department to craft as much consumer protection as we could into this, or in other words, to give the good commissioner enough control over any actors that may be a little suspect, if you will, I suppose, or any actors that we're unsure of. So, but at the end of the day, the biggest consumer protection really is the commissioner, who could just simply not approve a bad actor, which hopefully they would see fit to do that. Charges of fee, we had a good discussion in committee number 2 about the fee. It's a $5,000 fee. You're going to hear about the standing committee amendment, which is going to address the funding in this bill, and what you're probably going to see on a what you would see on a subsequent reading if you pass this bill through the committee of the whole, is an amendment on the fee. The fee is going to need to be increased because the applicant's fee is what is going to be used to offset the administrative costs for the department. So the bill, as it is currently in front of you, provides for the use of $500,000 worth of special revenue to cover those administrative costs. That's going to be adjusted in the standing committee amendment, so you will see an increase to the fees, probably something doubling it, something more like $10,000. And I think that's pretty much it. I will take any questions on the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. I would move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 55, and I'll turn the explanation of the amendment over to the good representative from Natrona County.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are on page 25 here, folks, in section number 2. And what the good committee number 2 did is on line 8, after the word appropriated, we inserted up to. We then, on line 10, struck the statute reference of 262204 and replaced it with 2655-104. That is the account that is created in this bill for the folks that are wanting to operate in this sandbox. So they would be paying their own way for these reviews and whatnot. And then at the bottom of the page, on line 17, after the word purpose, we inserted a period and deleted the rest of the page. And the reason we did that is, one, if we're using the funds from the account, they don't need to revert because they're starting in the same account they're spent from. And secondly, on line 20, where it said it's the intent of the legislature that this appropriation be included in their future budgets, and we did not want this to be included in their future budget. If it's necessary, they can come and ask for it as an exception request, and it would be the proper avenue. And so that, again, is the standing committee amendment from committee number 2, appropriations. Please vote aye.
Okay. Representative Chairman Wilson, do you wish to comment on standing committee amendment?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'll come back later.
Okay, thank you. Right. Any question being called on standing committee amendment number 1? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm back. So I'm glad to hear about the fee because I don't remember hearing about that this morning. And so I was a little agitated this morning at the thought of appropriating 3% of the agency's special revenue, which comes off the back of other insurance companies. But now that I hear about the fee, I will set that part aside. I guess my question about this is, it seems to me, we've seen a number of these sandbox types of bills over the years, not so much maybe the last 2 or 3 so, but 3, 4, 5 years ago. And it seems to me that there's a lot of really boilerplate language about identifying regulations that hamper innovation and all. I know we had one a couple years ago where the health department was the agency, and it was really kind of irrelevant because they don't regulate medical devices that they were thinking of doing. So here we've got sort of standard language about regulations, which naturally the conservatives among us all love the thought of getting away with regulations, but insurance in Wyoming is hardly regulated at all. I mean, I'm really not sure what innovative insurance product people are thinking of, and maybe that just shows that I'm not very innovative, but people have been selling insurance for like 3,000 years. So I have a hard time visualizing this. So I'm wondering whether, whether we're just generating another sandbox of innovation, sort of so we can have a list of innovative sandboxes and slide up to the top of, look how innovative we are, without actually having any real need for this product. And even with the fee structure in there, I noticed that there's no request for FTEs. This department is not that big. They only have 26 FTEs in the whole agency anyway. And we had another bill which didn't end up coming to the floor here, but they were going to request, I think, 1.5 FTEs to carry that out. So maybe the thought is just, well, there won't be a lot of applicants, so it won't be any work for the agency. In that case, why are we doing it? I'm not convinced that there's a big, I would like to hear what innovative ideas were brought forward, or if they're so deep inside someone's brain that no one has actually come up with any ideas yet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to attempt to, I believe there were some questions in there. At least I took them as questions, so I will attempt to address them. One, I believe, was a question the good chairman asked, or may have said, that insurance just isn't really regulated. I took that as a question. So kind of walk you through the bill on how that's dealt with. There's over a third of a statute book that is called the Insurance Code. It's over 900 pages long, so it is pretty heavily regulated. In this bill, pages 5, 6, 7, and 8 are just citations to those provisions of insurance code that you may apply to be exempted out of. So one thing we didn't do, and the good chairman did refer to some previous sandbox bills which did use some boilerplate exempting language. This bill doesn't do that. This bill instead, it really just provides a list of the insurance code, and these are the avenues you may pursue. You have to pick which regulations you would like to be exempted out of, and once again, prove the reason why. So this conversation is exactly the conversation I believe that would probably occur with the good insurance commission, and that would be, hey, I think my company should be exempted out of, pick your statute, 26.6.101 through 26.6.403, and here's why. And it really is a process of proving why that makes sense. And the commissioner has the authority to deny the application if they believe that they would otherwise be able to pursue their innovation under the code. So it is, the idea is that these may be, you're not looking at a traditional insurance company. You're probably looking at a tech company that wants to enter into the insurance space, but not, as I've tried to explain, and maybe I haven't done a good job, you wouldn't be selling insurance in the traditional sense, so you wouldn't be competing with those legacy companies. You would be selling something very different. And so an example might be those little scooters that you see running around town that you can rent through an app and use for a few minutes. Maybe a company wants to provide a temporary insurance policy to anybody who's using that, and that's very different than me having an insurance policy in the more traditional sense on my vehicle or on my house or whatever it may be. So, I'm not the one thinking of the ideas. I think the idea is to create the sandbox, and if there are ideas, they will come to us. And then I can tell you that already happened, because just the discussion of this bill did bring a company to the select committee, and this body already passed out legislation, the insurance investments amendments, that very specifically dealt with amendments in the insurance code to make it work for companies like that company. But they were originally attracted to Wyoming because of the sandbox. And what we realized was you really don't need a full sandbox to help that company produce what it wants to produce. And the last little piece I will touch on are the FTEs. This bill has now gone through 3 committees, the select committee, the committee on corporations, and then the committee on appropriations. And the department that regulates insurance has testified they have never requested FTEs. It is a little difficult to figure out exactly what they need, and they'll tell you this because it's not about the volume of applications. It's not whether they have 1 application or 1,000 applications. It's about the complexity of the application. If they get an application that is very fintech specific, that they do not have an expert in, inside the expertise doesn't exist inside of their department, they've already testified that they'll look to their 900 series to contract that out to gain the expertise that they need to understand the application. So maybe that answers the good chairwoman's question on why there's no FTEs. It's likely to be a 900 series to address that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Question having been called. All those in favor of Representative Chairman Zwanitser's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, to do so with a recommendation that Senate file number 55 do pass, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. I think we're all a little tired. Let's try that again. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate File 55 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 56. Reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 56, sponsored by Blockchain. Lottery amendments, an act relating to the Wyoming lottery. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 56, lottery amendments. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Stith, Walters. Noes, Representative Simpson. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. Is Chairman Nicholas here? Chairman Nicholas? Vice Chairman Walters? Or Vice Chairman Larson Lloyd?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 56 do pass, and I'll turn the explanation over to the good Chairman of Committee number 1.
Thank you. Chairman Olson,
Well, it's good to be
you might
back.
as well just stay at the mic.
It's good to be back, Mr. Chairman, and I do apologize, body, that you have to listen to me talk again. Okay, but this is a really simple, really easy one. This bill goes into 9-17-108 and makes one little baby change. It says that the sale of tickets to the lottery may be sold for cash or any virtual currency. And then all of the prohibitions that you know are a longstanding prohibition by the policy set by this legislature still exists, which are the prohibitions on payments with check, debit cards, credit cards, charge cards, or any other form of payment. We just cleaned up that language in this bill, moved it from an is to a shall be. That was just some cleanup there. But the purpose of this bill is to allow the board of the lottery to accept virtual currency if it wants to. This is really important. It is entirely permissible to do that because the way this is written, it says any virtual currency approved by the board, which means they could simply approve no currency. They can approve 100 different currencies. They can approve one currency. So this bill is really just setting up the opportunity for the board to do that through its rule and reg. It'll decide what it wants to do with it. And we heard testimony from them over the interim. And because of the permissibility of this, obviously, they're very comfortable with it. And just as I guess as some additional information, a backstory, if you will, this is really the genesis of it. We didn't, this was brought to us by both industry and then ultimately through that good board, through the discussions that we had with them. And Mr. Chairman, I will take any questions on this bill.
Any questions on the bill? Representative Newsom.
Thank you. I guess I'm on and against this bill. I have a challenge with taking what could be approved as a volatile currency, such as Bitcoin, such as well-known currencies that are traded on the stock exchange, and where that would put the lottery in terms of today it's worth $5,000, tomorrow it's worth $2,000. And so I guess I'm not a fan of taking virtual currency for our lottery. Thank you.
Chairman Olson? Oh, I'm sorry, Chairwoman Flintner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I had a question too. I see the fiscal note is indeterminable, and I wondered how would the lottery be able to accept this if they have, do they have the ability to, and what would be involved with setting up an account and providing for staff to do that sort of thing?
Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To address the question from the good chairman of travel, So a little bit of background information here. The lottery board in desiring this bill has made it very clear that if they were to do this, their intent would be to create, if they were going to do it, they would create it'd be a separate lottery pool that would most likely buy in and pay out in that virtual currency. So it's very unlikely, one, you should understand that it would occur in the general lottery as a whole. The idea is maybe to create a side pool that would attract different people to it. So that's number one. Number two, in terms of the use of it, this bill does not require any of your vendors to accept virtual currency. So they're not doing that right now. And the reason why they're not doing it, again, that goes back to the May, is exactly to the good chairwoman's question. That would most likely require a POS system, a point of sale system upgrade to all of those machines, wherever they may be in Wyoming, that accept your payment, because you're going to have either that or some type of software change that is going to allow you to accept a virtual currency. And right now, that technology absolutely exists, and it is being used in different ways throughout our country. It does not currently exist on those machines. So again, this bill is permissible, and maybe just trying to go back to the good vice chairman of travel's concerns. It is permissible, and the board is very interested in this concept of creating this side lottery. The volatile question was probably 60 to 70% of the discussion that we had in the committee. Actually, that was my very first question. Well, explain to me how this works when I buy in, and now the whatever the currency might be would change. And that is, Mr. Chairman, that is the reason for the approval of currency. So the bill says that the board will approve currencies. So the board is not going to approve a highly volatile currency, most likely. It's just not going to want to do that. And not all, I know there's a lot here to unpack on virtual currencies, because there are stable currencies, there are currencies that fluctuate within 10 to 20 cents, within days, within months, and there are others that are fluctuating on much higher rates. But again, that's the purpose of this language, is to give the board the authority to not choose one of those currencies. But to put your mind at ease, I guess technology-wise, I was really hoping the good representative from Teton County might explain the volatility issue because there's a lot to unpack there in terms of how we know what it is when it is recorded, the payment, the value of that coin, so that somebody's not. And really, it could be the state of Wyoming, I suppose, could be the winner if the currency were to skyrocket and they had it in their possession and they sold it for less. But I do think the good representative from Teton County can absolutely address that from a technological standpoint.
Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think ultimately the lottery would pair up with some sort of payment processor that would set a time certain, essentially, on how much the worth of a ticket is, or the value of the currency at that time. So that would just be done with the payment processor. You'd set a time certain. That's all there is to it. Not too complicated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion? Further discussion on Senate File 56? Question having been called. All those in favor of Vice Chairman Representative Walters' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File number 56 do pass, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate File 56 has not passed the Committee of the Whole. Having not passed, standing division vote is required. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Thank you. Having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Connolly.
Aye.
Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Air, Flitner, Fortner, Gray, Greer excused, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn excused, Olson, Ottman. Repeat, please. Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson,
No.
Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer, Mr. Speaker, Wharf, Gray, will you confirm your vote, please? Thank you. Closing vote, are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed, 21 aye, 35 no, 4 excused.
Pursuant to House Rule 6-6, Senate File 56, having failed a roll call vote, is indefinitely postponed. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 82.
Senate File 82, sponsored by Water, Supplemental Water Development Funding, an act relating to water development. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 82 engrossed, Supplemental Water Development Funding, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. Chairman Nicholas, what is your pleasure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move when the committee whole rise and report, it does so the recommendation that Senate File 82 do pass. I will turn the bill over to the good representative from the southwest corner of the state, and we'll have him, there's a standing committee amendment. After he presents the bill, I'll move the standing committee amendment.
Okay. Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, the original bill came out of the Select Water Committee this summer, strengthened about 10 areas in the water accounts. However, after the bill was worked with the chamber down the hall, And it focused on 4 large dams and reservoir projects. The chamber down the hall trimmed the project down to just really from the 10 just to 3 specific large-scale projects. Let me introduce those to you. The Fontenelle Reservoir is a $25 million appropriation, and all of these are coming out of the general fund before the amendment. So the Colorado River Compact has challenges, and we have one reservoir in our state that we could actually purchase water rights from to protect municipalities and joint powers boards and industry from having their water called during a particular call on that river. The second one is the Goshen Irrigation District. We allocated $2 million for the design and of that project to try to fix those tunnel claps. And this bill calls for $21.8 million to set aside for the construction. The third project is the LaPrelle Dam rehabilitation. You've heard about it a lot. It is a massive concrete dam that is nearing its end life and potential failure. This bill appropriates $30.0 million for to set aside for the construction of that dams and reservoir. So that's what the bill is to set aside money from the general fund to prepare for those large-scale projects that are going to be inevitable in the next 1 to 2 to 3 years. Mr. Chairman, that's the end of the explanation.
Chairman Nicholas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 82, and I'll turn the explanation over to the good representative from Natrona County.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 82. And what we do is on page 1 of the bill, line 12, instead of 25 million general fund, we change that to the LSRA, giving the chief executive access to that money so that he can go out and begin to negotiate for the purchase of this capacity instead of allocating the general funds. The second thing is then we move on to page 2, project number 2, lines 7 through 13, and we eliminate that project from the bill. The next thing is we move on down to project 3, and we eliminate lines 15 through 20 and remove that project from the bill. So the reason for doing that is on project number 3, the LaPrelle Dam, is that there's a high likelihood this one is eligible for federal infrastructure dollars. And so rather than tying up general funds now to work on this project, and it's estimated this project would be in the $60 to $80 million range. And so there would be a small amount of state match. The chief executive, through the budget bill we passed earlier this week, has access to money within the state budget to match these federal infrastructure project dollars. And so we felt that and it's, as I said, it's a high likelihood that this project is eligible for those dollars. So that is why we removed project number 3. The discussion behind project number 2, which is lines 7 through 13 on page 2, is the earliest start date, if everything went well, would be in the fall of 2023. Just late last week, early this week, we passed the omnibus water planning bill, and in that there was about $2.9 million for planning for these tunnels and whatnot. So we're still quite a ways away from even having these planned for, knowing the actual cost. If there's inflation, this is a couple-month-old number, so if there's inflation. So it was the committee number 2's opinion that this could come back next year. We would know, because of the planning that's in the other bill, we would have a more firm number and be able to appropriate at that time. And then the final action that the committee took is on page number 3. And the way this bill originally read, it was general funds transferred to the water development accounts, and then anything that was unexpended was going to automatically revert back to the water development accounts. And so we thought that was not where those funds technically originated. They originated in the general fund, so we wanted them to go back there. But since we changed it to LSRA, we simply said anything unobligated and unexpended would go back to the LSRA at the end of July of 2027. So they have about 5 years to get to work on these projects. And really it's the project number one, item number one is what's left in this bill. But then that funding would go back to the LSRA, which is where it originated. So that is the summary of Standing Committee Amendment number one, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want everyone to understand that all three of these projects we're going to have to pay for. And what we want to do is maximize the federal dollars to do it. And we want to allocate the dollars when it's time to do it. And what this bill really did was take money, put it aside for 2 years in a little box up over here until these projects were ripe. And we said, well, that's probably not the appropriate way to do it. We'll lose the value of those dollars over time. But rest assured, we will fix the problem in Goshen County, and the Rappel Dam has to be fixed. So this isn't stopping those problems by any means, and they have to be fixed. But we don't know how much they cost. The engineering isn't done, so this is one of those things that when the obligation arises, we'll take care of it. So on and in favor of the amendment.
We're on Standing Committee Amendment number one. Is there any discussion? Representative Simpson.
Mr. Chairman, just to make sure you're clear on what the amendment does, if you vote yes on the amendment and aye on the bill, then you're going to lock in the Fontenelle Reservoir 25 million. Both chambers would have agreed on that. But in the conference committee, you will then they will decide whether the Goshen's either 0 or 21 million. And then Lapel, they will decide whether it's 0 and 30 million. That's what you're voting on in this amendment.
Any further discussion on Standing Committee Amendment number one? Question having been called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number one, please say aye. All opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment number one has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Chairman Nicholas's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 82 do pass, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate File 82 has passed Committee of the Whole. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. Motion is adopted.
Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 85, do pass. Senate File 92, do pass. Senate File 61, do pass amended. Senate File 86, do pass. Senate File 100, do pass. Senate File 55, do pass amended. Senate File 56 failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. Senate File 82, do pass amended. Representative Burkhart, Chairman.
Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. Report is adopted. Congratulations, Chairman Burkhart. We could have used some of that enthusiasm about 3 hours ago, members. We've had vulnerable sage grouse fire lines. Yeah, we could have used some enthusiasm. All right. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, or Chief Clerk, anything on the desk? Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, the 9th day of March, 2022.
Committee announcements, Chairman Eklund, Vice Chairman Duncan. Chairman Eklund.
So your Joint Conference Committee on House Bill 3 has been doing some work during this long debate, and we've come up with a compromise. We will still hold the public meeting on Zoom, explain what we're doing, and we'll bring that report to the House tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Duncan, and then Vice Chair, go ahead, Vice Chair Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder that Friday is the Committee Number 9 Minerals Interim Topic. And then, Mr. Speaker, may I have a privilege?
Certainly, Representative Duncan.
Thank you. I'm supposed to remind everyone that tonight at Little America is the taco party. So many of the people who are going to be there are the people who have fed us food and snacks throughout this session. So if you haven't gotten your thank you cards out, please do so. But otherwise, you can go and thank them in person.
Thank you for that reminder. These folks have actually have done a lot to support us this past session and this current session. So it would be great if you folks would show up and thank them in person. Representative McGuire, Vice Chair McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your conference committee for Senate File Number 40 will be meeting with our friends down the hall 15 minutes upon adjournment in the historic Wyoming Territorial Chambers, where the Wyoming Territorial Legislature passed the first law granting suffrage in 1869, 153 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Simpson, Chairman of the Select Water Committee. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Select Water Committee meeting will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in room 5 of the conference room. We'll be discussing interim topics and approving contracts.
Chairman Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow morning at 8:30 with our counterparts down the hall in room 110 to discuss interim topics.
Thank you. Chairman Nicholas. Would you use the microphone, please, Chairman?
I will. The joint appropriations will meet on Thursday at noon for interim topics. More importantly, I want everyone to remember that Thursday night is crab night. So I hope you'll bring your better half or other whomever and come and cook crab. It's going to be a little chilly. So especially those folks that work outside might want to bring a coat and hat when they're cooking crab.
We'll start a fire. Any other messages? And, oh, sorry, Representative Kinner. Privilege, yes, please proceed, Representative Kinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning at 7 is our last Bible study of the session. So I'm hoping that many of you might consider swinging by just for a few minutes, even if you can make it. 7 o'clock, that's downstairs next to where we have our lunches and breakfast, W052 by the Capitol Commission. Please come by in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further business? Any further business? All those in favor of the Majority Floor Leader's motion that we adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday, March 9th, 2022, please say aye. Those opposed, no. We are adjourned.